Chapter 3365. I came to offer my sword. With the sudden arrival of unfettered Z, the surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the unfettered one's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyao Zi arrived, Zhan Yi, the clan elder of the War Clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who had the soul-entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Zhan Yi did not believe that unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Zhan Yi's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the unfettered one had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense nine-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the unfettered one had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide. At the same time, in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Yin Xia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vajras, Wuqinzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Yinxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vajra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Yinxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Yinxia Ferry, but soon locked on Yi Xian. Sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huqiu, right? I'm Xiaoyao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiaoyao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyao Zi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon vs. Scarlet Blood, you want to kill me as a sacrifice? Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand? One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shinong cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron's space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop? Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyao Zi, curled his lips and mocked, it sounds quite scary. However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyao Zi's Scarlet Blood Chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the Withered Demon Blood Blade. Screech. Although the Withered Demon Blood Blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the Scarlet Blood Chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the Withered Demon Blood Blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain 2 tigers. 2 unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the Withered Demon Blood Blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these 2 supreme blades, One is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your scarlet blood chop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon blood blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon blood blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon blood blade and Xiao Zi's scarlet blood chop fight a battle of supremacy between the two supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today not only had 2 appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these 2 supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shinong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiaoyaozi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these 2 blades fight? What about you and me? Linghu Chong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you? Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheathe my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyaozi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you." Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiaoyaozi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Xia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Linghu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh. Screech. Boom. Chapter 3367. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool. Whoosh. Screech. Rumble. While all the experts in and out of the Shinong Cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the unfettered one finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the unfettered one did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the unfettered one was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These four competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. Two of them were even like Yi Xian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, Dier had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the third universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the second universe, the first universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. Dier had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the three universes. Apart from Yi Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the four peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Yinxia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Yi Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Yi Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the two system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Yinxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Yi Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host in translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Yinxia's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Yinxia's translation when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation is translation translation is translation translation is translation translation is translation is translation 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 is translation 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 is translation translation on translations is translation 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 is translations translation translation. At the same time, Fairy Yinxia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe, she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the two peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon blood blade and the crimson blood chop. Yi Xian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Yi Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the headless infant corpse, the Rai Di seal, the fallen sky bow, and so on. Yi Xian had the withered demon blood blade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the crimson blood chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Yi Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the Purplish Warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Yi Xian, constantly circling around Yi Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Yi Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the unfettered one's figure. During this period of time, Xiao Zi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Yi Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yi Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai-D seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yi Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yi Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yi Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 3368. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown? When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yi Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar, "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it." Screech! With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yi Xian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded One's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin and the other Heaven's Pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Kacha? It was also at this moment that Yi Xian took advantage of the Unfettered One's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in mid-air, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wuchenzi Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yi Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was. Awoo! Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in midair. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yinxia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory. And now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the unfettered one's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shenong Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Xian and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared, "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion, you are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward." Puff. A fool from the tortoise pavilion? Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment he was really furious. First it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. Ah! In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain. Alas! Another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad, how lamentable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Yinxiao frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Chapter 3369. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A wolf-like weapon. God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed? In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person. Who can stop the rise of young Master Linghu? The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined, even worse than that of Fairy Yinxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes. Nobody can stop him. Yes. He is going to be famous. I want to be struck by lightning. Sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Linghu's shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal. With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly. Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Master Linghu. It's tailor-made for him. Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, even those in the universe would be struck a few times. Although it wouldn't hurt them, their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined. So, this young Master Linghu has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right? My brother is so powerful. As Unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, he used his heavenly feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the masters of Starry Sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment there was a lot of discussion and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the two peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen. On the other side, the battle had already been decided. Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the Unfettered One could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him. There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the two peerless blades' collision was more exciting. The masters in the universe were nervous again and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinong cauldron where the battle was taking place in the sky, clang, screech, the second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon blood blade. However, the Unfettered One's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the Unfettered One stood. It was the red blood slash. What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half. Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much. Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation. Subsequently, within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling. Buzz. The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the Unfettered One, and it circled above the Unfettered One while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear. What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away? In the air 50 kilometers away, Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk. He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand and pointed towards Yi Xian as he cursed, "Ling Hu Chong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty? You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty. This. You are really jackals of the same tribe. Both the master and the weapon are like this. Why did you play dirty?" At the end of his speech, the Unfettered One raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wuchen Zi Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed. "Sigh, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy." There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Yi Xian suppressing the Unfettered One. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Yin Xia, and this was not the first time that Yi Xian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the Starry Sky were not surprised that the Unfettered One was almost suppressed. However, the fact that the Scarlet Blood Slash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck. "I'm really speechless." The Unfettered Pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away and so was his weapon. How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Linghu and his weapon were the same? His side is clearly the same, okay. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon blood blade? So powerful. A divine weapon of the same level and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled. Young Master Linghu is truly amazing, to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious, too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Shinnon Cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Yi Xian, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the Scarlet Blood Slash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean. Chapter 3370. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The bet no one knew what Yi Xian meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Yi Xian, Fairy Yin Xia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy Yin Xia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Yi Xian in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man. Not to mention being slapped, even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure-level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Yi Xian would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Yi Xian frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat? You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there. In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you." At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, "Although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce. Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Jianghu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Shinnon Cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Yinxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that Jianghu personally invited can't enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Yinxia, although she can easily enter your Shinnon Cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of starry sky masters outside the void trap grand array eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the void trap grand array with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Zayayozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate, your sister. Who said I'm going to be suppressed and die? Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, smiling tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless, you actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words and even said such *t words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Who? In the distance, Zayayozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the void trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards? This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the void trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Linghu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and above board, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiaoyao Zi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, "There will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet?" Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging, there's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron." Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet. The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Yi Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact it was not. Once the unfettered one and Yi Xian walked out of the Shenong cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Yi Xian was encumbered by many firms and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But since Yi Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. Are you all ready? Yi Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force." But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind, so you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the 9-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vajras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years you will be my men. As for you, at the end of his words, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us." This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory. This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours. The previous title of servant girl is cancelled. Fairy Yinxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Yi Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard. If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side. She would definitely be angered to death. 100 miles away, Xiao Zi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth. After listening to Yi Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish. At the same time, in the void around the Shenong cauldron, the experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily open passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Master Linghu had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the Heaven and Earth ancestor, Jianghu, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the 2 powerful figures of the Heaven and Earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron. Even if young Master Linghu had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured Heaven's prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Yinxia or even Xiao Zi, and let these 2 people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Master Linghu was talking to Xiao Zi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiao Zi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment had basically listed Xiao Zi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhang Yi agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Linghu or Xiao Zi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Chapter 3372. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit. 3 breaths. With the opening of this temporary passage, a large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tao Insight realm. The total number of people was close to 1,000. Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Zhang Yi of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again. The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance. If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Linghu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiao Zi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space-trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Mo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. Zuofeng Tai, the demon slave of Yi Xian and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Zuofeng Tai's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, 2 figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These 2 figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhan Tu. The other person was also a man, around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a super void loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shinong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron. Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vajras, these guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the three girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Yinxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Xiaozi left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Xiaozi was closely related to her. Fairy Yinxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field inside the Shenong cauldron. Then they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vajras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wu Qinzi and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vajras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vajras were sincerely attached to him. Not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave. Because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint. Be at ease and do your job diligently. Because in the future you will be bestowed with good fortune. Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Yi Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaozi, Yinxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wu Qinzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, "You better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care." After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Now! Go!" Chapter 3373. What a big hole. In the void of the space trap Great Array. In the central territory, the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void. Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle, surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void Realm Masters and even Genesis Realm Old Monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao. Xiao Xiao. It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Linghu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shenong treasure cauldron into his body. Then, his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot toward Xiaozi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time Xiaozi had just rushed out of the cauldron and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible. In this way the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Yi Xian say such words, Xiaozi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiaoyaozi. He was only a few dozen meters away. However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiaoyaozi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing two birds with one stone, because in this way the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Linghu would be able to quietly and calmly leave. Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet. Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Linghu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time? Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the order step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph, humph, just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man and the others? Today I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right, you dare to join forces with that little bastard Linghu Chong and become enemies with us. Today you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the spinning top pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him, suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise and a tortoise at that. Everyone watch him closely, don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Shio. Shio shio. Rumble. With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiaoyaozi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiaoyaozi, whose face was green. Ah, puff. F*ck your sister, what a big trap. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the Unfettered One's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumb head and top head in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiaoyaozi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the spinning top pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the three main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shenong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other Heaven's Pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shenong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young Master Linghu's methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyaozi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiaoyaozi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of. Inside his body, not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young Master Linghu really going to defy the heavens? Chapter 3374. This venerable's hatred. Ah, you bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates. Ah. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap great array. He could come and go as he pleased as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th great realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th great realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so, he was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent unfettered one from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Linghu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Linghu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Linghu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xenorace elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the unfettered one, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Haha, aren't you the little idiot from Wangbago? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Linghu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately. The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Linghu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Linghu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Linghu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him. Unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Linghu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Linghu. He would be laughed at afterwards and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Linghu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Linghu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Linghu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way it was even more advantageous for Yi Xian to escape. At this moment Yi Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Yi Xian's plan. Now that his spirit source core had reached level 7, with the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shinong cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand, it would reduce the chances of Unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Yi Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Yi Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with Unfettered Z was over, Yi Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Yi Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhan Yi, who was outside the space-trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where Unfettered Z was trapped. Chapter 3375. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Yi Xian. They shouted and asked Zhan Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the Colored Python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, "Sure enough, they are all in this together. What happened today was a trap from beginning to end." Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound. Young Master Linghu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where Unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy Yin Xia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Yi Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body he charged in. After that, he left the void-trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Yi Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiao Yaozi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Master Linghu had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Linghu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Linghu. At the same time, outside the void trap array. As soon as the purplish warbler and the others rushed out of the space trap array, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and Cho Dofu immediately shouted. Close the array channel immediately, quickly. Yes, Linghu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time. He hit the wrong person. Xiao Yao Z is innocent. He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the Starry Sky Masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhan Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid. He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. This is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash. While roaring, Zhan Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Yi Xian's mocking laughter sounded. Ha! Old bastard, you are so right, this young master deeply agrees, these guys are basically all good-for-nothings. As the words sounded, Yi Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson. Ghost. Oh my god, it's so scary. Run. As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Ji Hao immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run. How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race? They had already been scared to death by Yi Xian, and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away. How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson. Yi Xian sneered and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts. Boom. Boom. Kachacha. Explosions of energy rang out one after another as the Tenjiang tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gong Wu Xin, Wu Chenzi and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gong Wu Xin, Wu Chenzi and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Yi Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxin and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war who had just walked out of the space trap array immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 Starry Sky Masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiaoyao Zi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around and rushed toward the void where Yi Xian was. At the same time they were shouting and roaring endlessly, "Ah! Old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick. Ah! This old man is so angry." In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Jianghu, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Jianghu's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Jianghu, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Jianghu was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wuchenzi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yi Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Jianghu. Now, as Yi Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Jianghu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yi Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Yi Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yi Xian. For a time the entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yi Xian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yi Xian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiaoyaozi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl, this young master will protect you." "Bah, do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yi Xian's infuriating look, Xiaoyaozi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yi Xian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yi Xian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape." Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Chapter 3377. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The First Battle in the Fortress of Life, Wang. Soon as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yi Xian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yi Xian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the starry sky masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yi Xian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yi Xian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the starry sky masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead he sneered. "Do you think you can trap this young master like this? Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses? How effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of starry sky masters roaring towards him, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha Kacha. As Kacha Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio Studio. In such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators, even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of starry sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Yi Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yi Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now Yi Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yi Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yi Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Yi Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Whoa! Wu, little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Come out and die. Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you. Wu! The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yi Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah, damn it! Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? Do you have the skills? Come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance. Who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail? Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 starry sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square, don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away. Chapter 3378. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon War in the Starfield. 2 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Yi Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the Starry Sky Masters who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yi Xian. This was the first battle of Long Yi Xian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yi Xian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter-long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yi Xian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the world worm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Ha! Brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone? I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000, that's unheard of. That's right. Now this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastard Linghu has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can't appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young master Linghu. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the Second Universe's allied forces. This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger. We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces. As the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored, many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yi Xian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot. But in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the two sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yi Xian's life fortress, Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. On the two sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers. Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru thought so. Although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes, it hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The Purplish Warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the second universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was confident enough to do this, the Purplish Warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the two sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the second universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the Wild Dragon battleship, the voice of the Yingji race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Haha. At the end of his speech, the elder of the Yingji clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Long Yi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the second universe's allied forces. Then there was the miserable howl of young Master Linghu like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard, this young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words, but now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Yingji race elder to stop laughing, Yi Xian's casual voice came from the Wild Dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold against 13 large and small strongholds actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Chapter 3379. Star space level technology. The Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship. Even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m, the concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship. All of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress, its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it, two 100,000 m long fortresses. One of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal, or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon. But even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function. It wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship. It would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had four. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these 4 main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now there were 2 main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together, they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long. What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these 4 main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles, so how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities, concealment arrays, space oscillators, wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens for main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all 4 cannons was more than 20,000 meters. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have 4 main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even 4 Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a Starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has 4 main cannons, it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level. Only 4? Fellow Taoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is 4 too little? The caliber of the 4 main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the 4 main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom. Boom. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 Starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 Starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this Starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the Starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the Starfield ship's terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon? But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it, and there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons, then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange 4 antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Chapter 3380. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had one main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield, for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw, and this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1, this was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Ah! Who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress. Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Jianghu race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Jianghu race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its second recharge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom. Boom. A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time, it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships, fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star sky black technology. What else can young Master Linghu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools, and array. He is invincible in realms. Even star sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the 3 universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wuxia Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago. Including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, the three women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called Star Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress. It was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the three women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a Star Sky killing weapon, a Demon King level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Chapter 3381. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The Demon Battleship had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon Battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the starry sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wan Luo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be enemy attack? Enemy attack. This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz? 1. Along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon they formed a larger circle surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield Battleship and the Demon Battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand and gave a new order. 4 Art Battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Buzz. The Starfield Battleship, battleships, the 4 Cannon Battleship, the Battleship Field Battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the starry sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wildstar battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong because the four 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Was it? Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just sky black technology. This was simply a dream, alright? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were four main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous four main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battle Horn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress? Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber? That's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had four main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Longyi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Shen swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Shen? You mean, young Master Ling, who is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom. Right at this moment, the Longyi fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the Second Universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the Second Universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wildstar battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time they were serious. They couldn't let the Longyi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the first universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Longyi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Longyi fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Longyi fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Longyi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 3382. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect, Rumble. Boom! In the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects, and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge seven-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battle Cry Fortress from the First Universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battle Cry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battle Cry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battle Cry, such as the AI center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life, just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire magic battle fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the First Universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di Yi's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the magic battle fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the magic battle fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the magic battle fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level super mech. The one who entered and fused with this super mech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha. 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the magic battle fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the magic battle fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then this change extended to the exterior of the magic battle fortress. The shape of the entire magic battle fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha. 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 The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the magic battle fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the devil battle cry had turned into a mechanical war bug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the magic battle fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in midair. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, D. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As Di Yi's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young master Linghu, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered Starry Sky level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed it can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble. Kachacha. Amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the Life Fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction? Suitable for Life Fortress? Yixian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's Wildstar ship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the Wildstar ship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the Wildstar ship itself. Of course, even though the Wildstar battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil Battle battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the Wildstar ship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble. Boom. A large number of explosions rang out, and the Wildstar ship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the Wildstar ship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the Wildstar ship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the Wildstar ship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the Wildstar ship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, a meal's time had passed. During this entire process, the Wildstar ship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the Wildstar ship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy, this was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the Wildstar ship was basically gone. Young Master Linghu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Chapter 3384. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha. Right at this moment, the Wildstar, which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons, suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, But when the experts of the starry sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the wild star also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouthpart of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh *T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yi Xian starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the #1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xin was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385 Chapter 3385 The Legend of the Living Battleship, Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battle bug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Imo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The Wildstar ship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, DE, were given this method. Moreover, even the number 1 confidant of DE hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of DE's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of DE, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under DE of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible? Imo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology, but in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Imo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader Di Xingbo, who was also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Qinji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard one-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Qinji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Qinji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in the star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain. It seems that Brat really is Long Xian and now he's called Young Master Linghu. TSK, as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian or Young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that Brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship? Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That Brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered. In any case, a small fortress similar to our Qinji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 3386. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug, Success. Haha. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain. And today's success had given Yi Xian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps, in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the Starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the Starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the Starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now he was going to suppress all of them. Screech, you bunch of shameless bastards. You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devil bug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devil bug. Just nice, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless, I'll definitely beat you all to death. Shoo. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devil bug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble. Boom. 4 consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chi-la. Chi-la. Boom. Rumble. 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched-out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Emo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battle horn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally. Boom. Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed 2 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader, DE, may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you? Chapter 3387. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Xing is not dead, boom. The scorpion tail on the mechanical bug's tail was like a giant meteor hammer, and its speed was even faster than a meteor. It shot forward, tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into one of the mechanical bug's legs. There was a huge roar and explosion. The mechanical blade puppet's leg bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was severely damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. Ah, Ling Huchong, you deserve to die. Inside the mechanical bug, Sha Baofeng roared crazily with hatred and fury. He had fully integrated with the Devil Battle battleship, and the Devil Battle battleship was like his body. Now that one of its legs was broken, although it was the Devil Battle battleship that was damaged, Sha Baofeng had to bear the pain. After all, the Devil Battle battleship was only a small steel fortress without life. Although Sha Baofeng was a mechanical life form, he could feel pain from the moment he gained self-awareness. Otherwise, a life form without pain, even a mechanical life form, would not be complete. Although the mechanical bug had many legs, one of its legs was broken during the fierce battle with the hundreds of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses, causing it to temporarily lose part of its function. Now that the second leg was also broken, the mechanical bug's movement was greatly affected. Sha Baofeng roared furiously. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of Yi Xian's sarcasm, but he was infuriated that Di, the patriarch of the Qinji clan, did not even put him in his eyes. You are not qualified to say such things to this young master. It seems that I will have to teach you a good lesson. Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out once again from the long mouthpiece of the mechanical demon insect. At this moment, the tail clamp hammer that had just shot out like a meteor hammer and smashed one of the mechanical demon insect's legs to the point of fracture had already been retracted. However, the mechanical demon insect's enormous body had already abruptly shot up. With a light leap, it crossed hundreds of miles in the void and landed on top of the mechanical bug. Is this a mechanical bug? I think that's all there is to it. Just a casual smash and one of his legs was broken. He can't even take a beating. Yi Xian's mocking words rang out. Immediately afterwards, two of the mechanical devil bug's large number of legs suddenly chopped out. Shockingly, they were also two saber slashes. Swish. Slash. Two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical demon bug's two slashing arms instantly hit the mechanical demon bug's body, splitting open two cracks. For a time, a burst of dazzling electric sparks flashed on the mechanical demon bug's body. Just like that, two 10,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the huge body of the mechanical blade puppet, making it look extremely miserable. Inside the gap was a spacious hall, and inside, a large number of demon dweller masters were staring at the void outside through the two gaps with dumbfounded expressions. The two compound eyes of the mechanical demon bug just so happened to be facing these two terrifying holes. Therefore Yi Xian could see everything inside clearly. It was also because of this that the mechanical demon bug's body clearly slowed down for a moment. The two energy wings that were originally stretching out from its back instantly stopped in the air. Originally, these two death rays condensed from antimatter light energy were going to directly slash down and completely finish off the mechanical demon bug in one strike, but now Yi Xian changed his mind, because he saw the scene in the vast plaza within the blade puppet space. Among the large number of demon dweller rankers, there were actually many familiar faces. Yi Xian did not know the names of most of the demon dweller, but he had seen them before, but there were two of them who had a close relationship with him. One of them was the great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zuofeng Tai, who was Yi Xian's demon slave. His cultivation was previously at the 4th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, the 9th stage of the origin. It seemed that during this period of time he had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, the slave imprint in his mind was still there, so there was no problem. He was still under Yi Xian's control. At this moment, when Yi Xian's eyes caught sight of Zuofeng Tai's figure, the slave imprint in the latter's mind clearly reacted. When it looked at the mechanical demon bug where Yi Xian was, it emitted a blazing light. Yi Xian immediately comforted it with his mental power source core, ordering it not to be exposed. The blazing light in Zuofeng Tai's eyes dimmed and quickly returned to normal. The other guy was actually the Demon Emperor planet's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. His cultivation had originally been at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but now he had reached the 12th stage of the Void realm. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. It could only mean that Mo Qigong's cultivation level was actually concealed. If he thought about it in a different way, it was very likely that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others' cultivation levels were also concealed. Following this sudden speculation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. White sweat instantly crawled out of his back. If this was really the case, then old devil Wenxing had most likely concealed his cultivation level. The cultivation level he had displayed at that time was the same as the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, which was also the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm. Although he had just entered this realm, if everyone else had concealed their cultivation levels, how could he be the only one with a real cultivation level? If he hadn't been in the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but had been in the 12th stage of the Void realm, then the cannon from Naples definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. In other words, old devil Wenxing had most likely faked his death to escape. Not only had Yi Xian been fooled, but even the human race and the myriad Luo Federation had been fooled. If this was true, then no matter what old devil Wenxing's motive was, this person was too terrifying. But all of this was just speculation at the moment and had not been confirmed. Besides, the current situation was not suitable to investigate this matter further. Yi Xian quickly put it to the back of his mind, but in his heart he planned to investigate it in the future. While Yi Xian suddenly thought of the first high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing at the center of the first universe, which was a whole universe plane away from here, in the depths of the first universe, a super starry sky fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, or 1,000 kilometers, in the hinterland of the Tianji clan's headquarters. An old man who seemed to be in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. It was as if he had suddenly sensed something at this moment. But he didn't say anything and soon closed his eyes again, entering a state of seclusion. This person was the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing. Universe 3 near the star field of the Tiantian Empire. After temporarily putting aside the matter of old devil Wenxing, Yi Xian's eyes quickly caught Mo Qigong's grin in the gap. Yi Xian was startled and then sighed inwardly. This old man actually guessed my identity. Chapter 3388. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Remembering old times, the smile he gave Yi Xian now was exactly the same as when Yi Xian appeared in front of him as Jianghu in the Demon Kin Star region. Not to mention that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Even if he didn't, Yi Xian wouldn't continue to attack. Zhuofeng Tai was his demon slave and still had great use. Although Mo Qigong was the emperor of the demon race, he was still pretty good to Yi Xian. If he destroyed this mechanical blade, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape if they fell into the hands of the humans. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately changed his mind. Not only did he not plan to destroy the demon battleship, but he also wanted to help it break out of the encirclement of the warships. Once it reached the periphery with the size of its small stronghold, it would definitely be able to jump and escape. Consider this a favor for the sake of their old friendship. However, he could not do all of this too obviously. If he did, young Master Linghu would definitely be identified as a spy of the Tianji race. Moreover, it would be an irrefutable fact. Although Yi Xian did not care, he was not willing to do so. If he did not care about this, he could simply grab the mechanical puppet and break out of the encirclement and help him escape. However, he could only do so in a more subtle way. Boom. Rumble. As he thought about it, the pincers on the mechanical puppet's tail smashed out again and again, causing the body of the mechanical puppet to sway incessantly. However, after a dozen or so pincers, the huge hole that Yi Xian had cut into its body was forcibly closed by this brute force. Although there were still some small gaps, they were no longer a problem. At the very least, in the next large jolt, these small gaps would not allow the people inside to fall out. Ah, it hurts so much. Linghu Chong, this sovereign will definitely kill you, definitely. Every time the pincers smashed out, Sha Baofeng's miserable howls immediately rang out. He was in so much pain that he regretted merging with the demon battleship because it would be too big of a target. Every time he was in pain, he would be the one to bear the pain in the end. Everything was not supposed to be like this, but because of the appearance of young Master Linghu, everything changed. He was supposed to crush all of his enemies, but now he was being beaten in public. This was too humiliating. Sha Baofeng was so angry that he could only let out mournful howls and roars again and again. Seeing all of this, all of the warships, fortresses and star experts in the surrounding space, all of them were already shocked. How strange was this scene? They had seen and participated in the so-called interstellar wars before. No matter how large the scale of the interstellar wars was, they would at most be shocked but definitely not shocked. However, everything that was happening in front of them really shocked them, to the point that they were dumbfounded. What were the two translation? What was translation what? If it were two giant dragons or ferocious beasts, it would be easier for them to accept it. However, what was fighting fiercely in space at this moment was clearly two gigantic mechanical battle insects. Mechanical battle insects that were as large as small planets. Moreover, both of them were transformed from two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in front of everyone. Neither the human race nor the Wan Luo Federation had ever seen such mechanical battle insects before, but today not only did they see two of them at the same time, but they were also fighting in space. A small part of the space was disturbed, which shocked a large number of starships that had besieged them and forced them to retreat. These two mecha battle bugs were too terrifying, especially the mecha devil bug. Even though it was currently beating up the other mecha blade, in truth, as long as it was willing, it could easily free itself to attack the surrounding human warships at any time. The four huge soft tubes with a diameter of 20,000 meters represented four antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Once they fired at the same time, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would be destroyed in an instant. In addition, the pair of black antimatter light beams on the back of the mechanical battle insect was equally terrifying. The light beams made of antimatter energy could cut a small fortress in half with a single slash. This was a mechanical god of slaughter. This was a consensus. Did they not see the other mechanical battle insect being savagely beaten up by it? The latter was able to fight fiercely against hundreds of various types of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses for a long time without being at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it destroyed dozens of starships. But now, under the mechanical battle insect's savagery, it was unable to fight back at all. This truly demonstrated the strength of the mechanical battle insect. It was too chilling. Boom. Boom. Ah, Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you. Boom. Just like that, amidst Sha Baofeng's furious roars, the huge mechanical battle insect attacked again and again. It was no longer slashing but simply bombarding. The mechanical battle mantis, which was already close to being crippled, was blown far away again and again. Along the way, all the warships, fortresses, and small fortresses hurriedly avoided the mechanical battle insect as if they were avoiding a ghost. They could see that young Master Linghu was truly enraged. He was clearly going to smash this mechanical battle mantis from the Qinji clan into pieces and kill it on the spot. Under such circumstances, they were not in a hurry to attack for the time being. Although there were more than 1,000 warships in the surroundings, in the process of fighting these two freaks at the same time, nearly 100 of them had already been destroyed. Against these two freaks at the same time, more than 1,000 warships of various types were really not enough. Now these two freaks were fighting on their own, and it seemed like the outcome would be decided soon. One of the mechanical battle insects was about to be beheaded, so they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They would only attack after the battle was over. At that time, the 1,000 warships would concentrate their firepower to crush a single mechanical battle insect, increasing their chances of victory. What was not to be happy about? It was precisely because of this consideration that all the warships would immediately retreat as soon as the two mechanical battle insects in the middle of the fierce battle approached. After all, young Master Linghu was the one who had the upper hand. This guy was too arrogant and had never thought of running away. He had already shown himself twice before, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore they were not worried at all. They simply did not think that this was Yi Xian's strange plan. He was secretly assisting the mechanical battle cry in this way, helping it escape the encirclement of the 1,000 warships. And this was something he did very quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two pairs of mechanical battle insects finally broke through the encirclement of the 1,000 warships after repeated bombardments. They had already left the area affected by the void tremors. Yi Xian did not warn him as that would expose himself. However, Sha Baofeng was not really beaten senseless. Just as the mechanical battle mantis was sent flying several dozen li by the mechanical battle insect's hammer and finally shook off the area affected by the void tremors, Sha Baofeng's angry roars stopped. Chapter 3389. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhan Tu was dumbfounded. Then Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Fate clan with a swollen face, appeared in the interior of the demon battleship fortress. He was in such a sorry state that he could not walk without a limp. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that the Heavenly Fate clan member who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent even if the ship itself was damaged. Sha Baofeng was in such a situation. Ling Huchong, just you wait. Sha Baofeng will never let you go. After uttering the last sentence, the demon battleship fortress instantly activated a space jump and disappeared. CKU. Stay here and fight for another 300 rounds if you dare. In the void, the mechanical demonic insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they clamored. This scene happened to be seen by two figures who were rushing over from the distant void. In an instant, their heads buzzed and they were both dumbfounded. The two figures had powerful auras and were both powerful beings of the 15th realm of heaven and earth. One of them was Ancestor Jianghu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. The other was a man in his 60s. He had a white face and no facial hair. He had triangular eyes that flickered with ruthless and feminine light. This man was called Ancestor Wu Mei. He was an itinerant cultivator in the starry sky. However, he was highly valued because he was one of the few remaining array grandmasters in the human race's science and technology camp because of his expertise in array formations. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, even Ancestor Jianghu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had to pay him a visit in person to show his respect. Right now, the eyebrowless ancestor had finally arrived. However, when he arrived, he didn't see the expected void trap array. Instead, he saw a chaotic battlefield. In the surrounding void, there were a large number of damaged starships. With a casual glance, he found that at least 100 starships of various types had been destroyed and turned into cosmic garbage in the void. Some of the wreckages were from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. They had been destroyed long ago and only a few corners were left. Judging from the scene, these small fortresses were obviously caused by antimatter death light cannons. However, there was not a single space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters in the surrounding void. Even the largest warship was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. I wonder where these antimatter death ray cannons are fired from. One had to know that every antimatter death ray cannon needed to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and its size would not be smaller than the antimatter cannon. Therefore, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be equipped with it. Only true interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be equipped with it. But this wasn't the most shocking part. What was most shocking was that other than the disappearance of the space trap array and the star cauldron, there were also a large number of starships that had been destroyed by the antimatter death ray cannons. There were also two enormous mechanical battle insects. In fact, whether it was the Tianji race of the first universe or the human race of the third universe, both of them had built such mechanical battle insects. However, they were basically fixed defensive forces on the inner cities of the various administrative planets. It was impossible for it to be deployed into the void of the universe. This was because it was impossible for them to transform. However, just now, Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor clearly saw that one of the two mechanical battle insects had transformed into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters within a short period of 10 breaths. Although it was badly damaged, it did not lose its basic abilities. Before the two of them could react, it had already performed a space jump and escaped far away. The remaining mechanical battle insect was still clamoring. Jianghu vaguely felt that the voice that came from it was a little familiar. Jianghu, get out here. Where's the space trap array? Where's the star cauldron? You bunch of good-for-nothings. How long has it been since I left? How did it become like this? At this moment, Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor were still quite far away, tens of thousands of miles away. The reason why they could clearly see everything that was happening in the battlefield was because the two of them sensed extremely strong energy waves coming from the void in front of them. It was because they had performed some kind of divine ability. At this moment, the two of them quickened their pace and were rushing over at top speed. However, Jianghu's voice had arrived in advance and reverberated in the vast void of the battlefield. Everyone trembled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the roar from afar. Some were pleasantly surprised, some heaved a sigh of relief, and some were inexplicably excited because they knew that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor Jianghu had finally returned. This was the Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Qian Kuan. With his arrival, no matter how monstrous young Master Linghu was, he would be suppressed this time. Although his mechanical demon insects were powerful, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Heaven War Empire's means. Of course, young Master Linghu could immediately summon the Star Cauldron, but that would be useless. Perhaps after hiding inside, it could stop the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Jianghu's footsteps, but it would definitely not be able to stop the means of the Heaven War Emperor clan's old friend that the Jianghu ancestor had invited. If this person did not have this ability, he would not have come with the Jianghu ancestor today. In their line of sight, the group of starry sky experts looked into the distance and could clearly see that there were two streaks of light rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The Jianghu ancestor had indeed visited his old friend. The two Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Chen Kun were about to arrive. Damn! The old bastard is actually back? What made everyone's jaws drop was that after hearing the Jianghu ancestors' thunderous roar, everyone's hearts trembled. However, young Master Linghu, who was inside the mechanical demon insect, did not show any fear at all. He actually cursed on the spot and opened his mouth to curse the old bastard. Moreover, he did not deliberately suppress his voice at all. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately shouting loudly. All the starry sky experts in the void of the battlefield could hear him clearly. With such a commotion, it was impossible that the two Heaven War Empire's mighty figures who were rushing over from thousands of miles away did not hear him. This kind of arrogance and audacity stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. This brat's guts were really extraordinary. Seeing that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor was about to arrive, he actually dared to provoke him so presumptuously. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Crack, crack, crack. At the same time as Yi Xian's words rang out, the gigantic mechanical demon insect began to change again. The crisp and dense sound of mechanical operation resounded throughout the world. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon insect returned to its original state and turned into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the starry sky experts in the surrounding void changed greatly. The void tribes Zhan Yi, and Zhan Si of the Heaven War Emperor clan exclaimed one after another. Oh no, this brat is clearly going to escape. Immediately activate the space oscillator with all your might. Don't let it perform a space jump to escape this place. Chapter 3390. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Chen Kuan's fury destroys the void faced with the arrival of 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Yi Xian's only choice was to escape immediately. Anyway, it was not shameful. He was only in the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm. Faced with 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm, if he did not escape, would he stay and fight them to the death? Everything he had done before was already enough to deter them. Presumably, this group of people would absolutely not dare to provoke him again and take the initiative to provoke him again. From this point of view, Yi Xian had actually achieved his goal this time. However, although he had to leave, he needed to make a decision on how to leave. If the other experts of the starry sky were to find out that Yi Xian actually had more than one way to leave when facing 2 supreme beings of the 15th realm, they would probably be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall out. In fact, if Yi Xian did not want to leave, he was fully capable of scaring away the 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Whether it was the headless infant corpse or the Raidi seal, they both had the ability to do so. Even the fallen sky bow, after Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, could pose a certain threat to the powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. In addition, when it came to escaping, he also had more than one choice. The fastest way was to activate the universal coordinate jumping ability attached to the system title. Once he did so, the 2 powerful beings of the universe would be instantly dumbfounded. They would not even understand how Yi Xian had disappeared. Although the void teleportation formation could be used to teleport a very long distance, once it was used, even the powerful divine sense of the 15th Grand Realm would not be able to capture it. However, Yi Xian's universal coordinate jumping ability did not rely on the teleportation formation. On the surface, it looked more like teleportation. No matter how far the starry sky masters of the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm could teleport, they could not exceed the range of the divine sense of the powerful beings of the universe. What's more, the void had once again fallen under the sealing effect of the space oscillator, making it impossible for the starry sky masters to teleport. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian used his universal coordinate jump ability to leave, this matter would definitely attract the attention of a large number of powers and experts. It was equivalent to exposing one of Yi Xian's trump cards. In the future, there might be people who would come up with countermeasures to guard against this. For Yi Xian, the loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, Yi Xian gave up on the idea after a slight hesitation. He decided that it would be more cost-effective to leave in a conventional manner. After all, the Starfield's abilities were already exposed, so it wouldn't hurt to expose a little more. That's right, he was planning to use the ability of the Wild Star to escape. At this moment, the Open Star continued to transform after removing the mechanical bug form and returning to its 50,000-meter diameter small fortress form. The experts in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded by this scene. Kacha. Kachacha. The sound of the mechanical operation continued to resound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Open Star's size rapidly shrunk. In a short span of 3 breaths, it had shrunk from its original 50,000-meter diameter to 10,000-meter diameter. It didn't stop, everything was still going on. Another 3 breaths passed, and the open star's 10,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 1,000-meter. This wasn't the end. The last 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the 1,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 100-meter diameter. At this point, the starfield was practically a solid sphere, and its density had reached a terrifying level. The space inside was only 10 meters wide, and Yi Xian was standing in the center of this 10 meters wide core space. The 50,000-meter diameter fortress had shrunk to its limit, and finally became a 100-meter diameter sphere with a 10-meter space inside. The density of this sphere was unimaginable. Moreover, its surface was covered with a 50-meter thick energy shield. This was an extremely sturdy shell, and Yi Xian was hiding inside it. At this moment he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. This wasn't just a feeling, he even activated the engulfing system in his body and started to calculate and calculate. The final result was that even if the open star stopped here and didn't move, it would still be bombarded by the 15th stage universe realm level 9 supreme being. It could still hold on for more than 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Yi Xian wouldn't be damaged at all. After 2 hours, the reason why the open star wouldn't be able to provide him with any protection was because the energy stored inside had been depleted. The energy that the World Bug Evolution Group temporarily extracted from the evil spirit slime's nest wouldn't be able to withstand the energy shield and the depletion of the countless micromolecules of the World Bug Evolution Group. If this energy supply could keep up with the depletion rate of the bombardment, then this 2-hour time limit could be extended further. With this result, Yi Xian was completely relieved. At this moment, Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were originally tens of thousands of kilometers away, finally came within 1,000 kilometers. The 2 old guys were a little dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. What kind of monster did they encounter today? Previously, it was a terrifying giant mechanical demon bug. Then, it changed its shape and turned into a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress. Before they could digest what they saw with their own eyes, the small fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter turned into a 100-meter round sphere covered by a 50-meter thick energy shield. Just one look was enough to tell that its defensive power was insanely high. All of this made Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor feel a little confused. What the hell? Since when did the human race's starship construction ability become so abnormal? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could be transformed into a mechanical demon worm, and its defensive capabilities could be reduced to a diameter of 100 meters. It was a dense little tortoise shell. This was simply F*King unheard of black technology. Little B** starred, do you think you can escape unscathed like this? Looking at the small sphere in front of them, not only did they not know where to attack, but it was also rapidly moving toward the periphery of the area surrounded by a large number of starships. Due to its small size, the effect of the void oscillator on it was almost negligible. At this speed, this 100-meter sphere would be able to break out of the encirclement very soon. Then, it would perform space transmission and escape instantly. Jianghu was so angry that his beard was trembling. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then he turned around and looked at the eyebrowless ancestor next to him. He said gloomily, "Old friend, I'm afraid this tortoise shell can't be opened in a short period of time. I have a suggestion. Let's work together. The 2 of us will attack at the same time. We'll tear apart the void and banish it to the space turbulence. What do you think?" "That's great." The eyebrowless ancestor's eyes glittered. Then he and Jianghu attacked at the same time. Boom. Boom. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, 2 giant energy palms that were as big as the sky suddenly slapped down, covering the void where the 100-meter sphere was. Chapter 3391. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaughtering the stars. Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion was heard. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth collapsed. The universe almighties were enraged and attacked with all their might. The entire void seemed to be destroyed. As the 2 sky-like energy palms slammed down, the void where the 100-meter-long ball was completely shrouded. As the energy surged, the void was torn apart. Endless void turbulence leaked out, and a terrifying suction force was released. Amidst the surging waves, the 100-meter-long sphere, which was like the peak of a huge wave, was instantly drawn into the void. One of the 2 giant energy palms instantly condensed, turning into a palm-shaped imprint, and pursued at an extremely fast speed. In the end, before the void crack could close, it broke through the 50-meter-thick energy shield and turned into a blood-red palm imprint, imprinting itself on the body of the Starfield ship. Immediately after, the void crack that was blasted open by the two 15th-tier universe almighties was completely closed. From then on, the dust had settled. In this battle, young Master Linghu was finally exiled to the boundless void at the cost of over 200 battleships, fortresses and small fortresses of human forces and sections. If there were no accidents, he would never be able to return. As for the Qinji clan's small fortress that could transform into a mechanical knife, although it managed to escape, it was basically half destroyed. Even so, the universe almighties and the surrounding fleets were still in a heavy mood. Even if there were a few who had smiles on their faces, it was a bitter smile. This battle could not even be considered a Pyrrhic victory. It could only be considered a loss for both sides. Especially the Second Universe's allied forces, they had suffered heavy losses. Several of the young clan leaders of the various clans were eaten. Even a few of the clan elders of the various clans were killed. Even the small fortresses where they were located were destroyed. Even the dynasty's immortal army from the immortal planet had lost two 10,000-meter diameter fortresses. The Federation's Overwatch Council's Blue Army had lost a small fortress. And this was because Yi Xian did not know that Hongdou Liefeng was the commander of this Blue Army. Otherwise, the entire Federation's Overwatch Council's fleet would have been annihilated. This time, Hongdou Liefeng had gotten lucky and escaped this disaster. The fleets of the various major forces dispersed one after another. What followed was the impact of this battle. This battle had shocked the entire Wanluo Federation. Young Master Linghu's monstrous talent and ability made all the major forces sigh. This person was really too monstrous. The three ultimates of alchemy, craftsmanship and array were just a facade. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Not only was translation, it was the invincible god of war whose clone it was still unknown. Furthermore, they had a terrifying small fortress that was far more advanced than the current technology of the human race. His attack could transform into a mechanical demon worm, and his defense could shrink to 100 meters in diameter. This was simply unheard of black technology. If such a genius could be used by the human race, the profound significance would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the end and was exiled into the endless void, never to return. In addition, the terrifying transformation ability that the Qinji clan's small fortress had displayed in this battle had also aroused the vigilance of the human race in the Wanluo Federation. The entire Federation was surging with undercurrents. Countless experts in the field of warship manufacturing gathered together to discuss countermeasures on the immortal planet. In this battle, the advanced technology that the Qinji clan had displayed made the human race and the Federation very worried. If all the Qinji clan's small fortresses had this kind of ability, then in the upcoming all-out war the human race and the Federation would have no chance of winning. The entire battlefield would fall into a situation of being beaten up. That was too shocking. Many people didn't hold any hope and sighed endlessly. At the conference, many human experts in warship construction angrily rebuked the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, saying that they were the ones who had forced the human race's peerless genius, young Master Linghu, to rebel. Otherwise, with the starry sky black technology in his hands, the entire human race's technological prowess would have leaped to a whole new level. Even if there was still a certain gap between them and the Qinji clan, at least they would have been able to fight. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Faced with this kind of rebuke, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan sneered and didn't express any opinions. Furthermore, the only person guarding the fortress, Ancestor Jianghu, had disappeared completely after the battle. Damn it, I acted too hastily and made a mistake in my deduction. The exit of that void crack was actually shifted to a certain star field in the Second Universe. In a vast void, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's Ancestor Jianghu and Ancestor Wu Mei were standing in the void. The latter was holding an ancient astrolabe in his hand and seemed to be deducing something. In the end, his face darkened and he muttered a few words unhappily. He turned his head and glanced at Jianghu, who was frowning. There's no other way. It seems that you and I have to go to the Second Universe again and we have to move quickly. Otherwise, once that kid rushes out from the other side of the void crack, even if I left a mark on that strange small fortress, in case the other party keeps this fortress in his storage magic treasure, all senses will disappear. At that time, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden for too long. Soon, the powerful figures of some forces should be able to see that what you and I jointly opened that day wasn't some banished void, but a void passage with a clear location. On the side, Jianghu nodded in agreement. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people looking for you and me. They won't be willing to let all the good fortune of young Master Linghu be taken by us. There's no time to lose, let's move immediately." After that, the two didn't stay any longer. Their figures flickered and rushed to the graveyard star field. There were two natural universe wormholes, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. Not long after Jianghu and Ancestor Wu Mei disappeared, there was a faint light that flashed past in different directions around the void where the two of them were originally standing, at the same time in a certain border star field of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although this place belonged to the territory of the Heavenly Battle Empire, it was a border area of a small country under the Empire's rule. Because the nearby star fields were relatively barren, and even the more precious minerals were not produced, this star field basically did not have many starry sky powerhouses. It was a star field with a very low population of powerhouses. At this moment, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng led his 108 high-level bloodline universe zombies and quietly appeared at the edge of this star field. 109 universe zombies, all with red eyes, stared at the quiet administrative planet in front of them. Chapter 3392. Zombie Crisis reappears. At this time, Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng and his 108 elite zombies were all floating in the void, standing far away from the atmosphere of this administrative planet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly tranquil planet. Although it was located in a remote area, this administrative planet also had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was a must. All the residential administrative planets in the dynasty's territory had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was because there would occasionally be some void ferocious beasts descending in the void of the universe. Without the star defense array, the entire planet would be undefended, and the ferocious beasts could descend at any time. The only difference was the strength of the star defense array. This administrative planet's star defense array wasn't strong. After all, there weren't any powerful void beasts running rampant in this area. The entire administrative planet wasn't very big, belonging to the type of ordinary small administrative planet. If it didn't have an atmosphere and the interior environment was suitable for human habitation, it wouldn't have been chosen as an administrative planet to be inhabited. The entire administrative planet's atmosphere only had 4 entrances and exits, located in 4 different directions of the atmosphere. Although there were ships patrolling the exits, they were just ordinary shuttles. This planet belonged to a small country. This small country was located at the border of the Heavenly War Empire, so its economy wasn't developed. Below that, the small country's administrative planets were even weaker in terms of military power. This administrative planet didn't even have a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were only 10 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long star-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships were usually docked in the inner part of the planet, and weren't in operation. This place was located in the hinterland of the Heavenly War Empire's territory, not a strategic frontier. Coupled with the backward economy, the daily necessities of the battleships were somewhat insufficient. "King, can we begin the operation?" After observing for a while, a bald man walked out from behind Tuoba Linfeng. Although he was a zombie, he didn't look any different from an ordinary starry sky powerhouse. His cultivation was around the 6th Great Realm, Nebula Realm. These 108 elite zombies were all like this. Their zombie bloodline had evolved to a very high level, and they had the ability to transform. They also had their own intelligence and thoughts and could communicate with people normally. In short, on the surface they looked like ordinary starry sky experts. However, if they were allowed to manifest their zombie form, they could take all kinds of forms. Some of the elite zombies could even transform into mountains of flesh and devour everything. They were definitely a nightmare for starry sky experts. Divide into 4 groups and wait for my signal. Attack the 4 spatial tunnels outside the planet's atmosphere at the same time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tuoba Linfeng quickly issued the invasion plan. After taking down the 4 space channels, immediately shut down the star network signal relay station in the atmosphere and cut off the star's connection with the outside world. After that, leave 2 people behind to guard the passage and prevent any experts from leaving. The rest of you are to enter the planet immediately and take care of the powerful military department first. After that, when I remove the Star Web Artificial Intelligence Hub in the planet, everyone who enters the planet is to gather immediately and carry out a unified massacre. In the shortest time possible, we have to turn all the creatures in the entire planet into our own kind. Then let them devour each other and select the elite zombies to take away. After the arrangement was completed, The entire elite zombie army was immediately divided into 4 groups and rushed to the 4 different atmospheric tunnels of the planet. They quickly occupied the tunnels and shut down the star web signal relay station in the atmosphere. Since then, the planet had completely lost contact with the outside world. Roar. Screech. Immediately after, 2 elite zombies were left behind to guard the 4 atmospheric tunnels to prevent starry sky experts from escaping. The other elite zombies all rushed to the planet's interior. A terrible disaster instantly befell. 100 elite zombies all manifested their zombie form. Their body size was around 10 to 100 meters. Some were ferocious humanoid beasts, while others were disgusting squirming mountains of flesh. Their bodies were covered with fleshy tentacles, and as they waved around, they constantly poured out venom. Some of these poisonous liquids were strong acid, and some were even a kind of black corpse flame, but without exception they all had a strong infectious property. The slaughter was unfolding, and the undying and indestructible poison began to rapidly spread through the interior of this planet. Gradually half a day passed. The entire planet had turned into a barren land. There were no more living creatures, but it was still bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that originally lived here had all turned into the lowest level of universe zombies. Under the influence of the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng's brainwave boots, a large number of low-level zombies in the planet's interior began to devour each other. At the same time, the 108 elite zombies also joined in. They also needed to continue to transform and strengthen. This scene was too tragic and people couldn't bear to watch. From this moment onwards, the entire planet had turned into a true boundless hell. No one knew what happened here. After 2 full days, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng set off again. This time, the number of elite zombies following behind him had reached 200. All of them had evolved their own consciousness and were able to conceal their aura. Their appearance was no different from a normal universe expert. Very quickly, this elite zombie squad once again left, disappearing into the boundless void of the universe. No one knew where they went and no one even knew of their existence. And on this planet that they had just ravaged, in fact, not all of the low-level zombies had been devoured. There were still some wandering around. Time slowly passed and another 3 days passed. Among the remaining universe zombies on the planet's interior, some of them finally obtained a certain degree of evolution. Although they hadn't developed their own consciousness, they had the ability to fly. After all, some of these zombies were originally infected by universe experts. After obtaining the ability to fly, these universe zombies left the planet through the atmosphere passage in the sky, and entered the void of the universe outside the planet. At first there were very few of them, but slowly their numbers increased. These universe zombies wandered in the void. Their strong sense of hunger made them increase their speed, drifting further and further in the void. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of universe zombies spread out over a large area. Finally, some of the universe zombies encountered a starship sailing in the void. This was a commercial fleet. There were only a dozen star-level commercial ships with a length of 3,000 meters. Their destination was a small administrative planet in front of this starship, and they would arrive in 3 days. Chapter 3393. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When it rains, it pours. Oh my god, what the hell are these guys so disgusting? Look, the one on the right, his whole head is crooked, hanging under his shoulder. Zombies. Space zombies. Damn the Heavenly Battle Empire, didn't they say that the crisis was over and all the zombies were eliminated? Could it be that we're blind? Fire. Fire immediately, don't let them get close. Damn it, the nearest administrative planet is 3 days away from here, this zombie army is close to 10,000, we can only rely on ourselves. If we can't get out, we will definitely die. Boom. Rumble. The 10-star level merchant ships immediately became chaotic, the ship cannons fired, the sound echoing in a small star field. But at the same time, more universe zombies wandering around were attracted by this movement. Slowly, the number of universe zombies gathered around the 10 starships reached more than 100,000, covering the sky and earth. In just half a day, the 10 starships were all submerged in the sea of zombies. These starships were not space fortresses. If they were space fortresses, as long as they didn't open a channel, these space zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Space zombies that evolved to this level didn't have the ability to tear apart starships, so they were basically safe. Unfortunately, this kind of traditional starship had a fixed channel on the deck. Although there was an energy shield, it didn't have much effect against a sea of space zombies. Soon, some space zombies broke through the fixed channel on the starship deck and entered the cabin. Not long after that, the rumbling sound of cannons stopped. All 10 starships had fallen. All the Federation citizens and powerhouses on the starships were gnawed, their bodies were torn apart, and then, turned into space zombies, they began to walk out of the starships, wandering in the surrounding space. 2 days later, another fleet encountered space zombies. This time the fleet had more ships and their combat power was stronger. They had more than 40 star-level merchant ships, and the zombies they encountered were only a small group, only slightly more than 1,000 of them. Not long after, they were all annihilated. Then, the fleet hurriedly fled from the place and changed course temporarily, heading to the nearest administrative planet. When they arrived, the news of the Heavenly Battle Empire space zombie crisis spread like wildfire. The Heavenly War Empire panicked and immediately sent a powerful military fleet to this star field. In the end, they found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable degree in a short period of 10 days. The universe void was actually filled with wandering figures of the universe zombies. This star field was really too remote. Even in this small country's territory, it was considered the border. The degree of the interstellar network communication was not frequent. This led to the current situation. It wasn't until the universe zombies had basically completely spread out in this small star field that everything was discovered by the outside world. At this time, the universe zombies wandering in the void were even close to this small country's capital, and had even spread to the border star fields of other small countries. When the news reached the undying star, the experts in the various fields of science and technology who were still intensely discussing the measures to deal with the mechanical battle bugs were completely stunned. This was simply a case of when it rains, it pours. The Jianghu race had only just revealed the crisis of the mechanical battle bugs, and they had not yet come up with a concrete countermeasure. Who would have thought that the previous outbreak of the cosmic zombie crisis would once again appear? For a moment, the entire undying dynasty was in a state of panic. Slowly, the entire Third Universe's human race began to worry. This was because the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, where the first space zombie crisis occurred, was too far away from the location of the second space zombie crisis, the border star field of that small country. No one knew how the Heavenly Battle Empire's zombie virus was transmitted there, but one thing was certain, and that was that this time the space zombie crisis would be even more difficult to eradicate. Previously, the space zombies in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital had not been able to rush out of the Empire's capital star. They were all eliminated within the atmosphere, but even so, in a short period of less than a month, the second space zombie crisis occurred at the border of this small country far away from the star field. And this time, not only did a large amount of space zombies enter the universe's void, they even spread out in the void, spreading over an extremely vast star field. The situation was countless times more serious than the previous time. Someone pointed out that this time, even if all the space zombies wandering in the void were killed, there was basically no guarantee that the strange zombie poison would not spread anymore. When this news was revealed, the originally anxious Third Universe's human race became even more restless. While the Second Universe's Federation's various races maintained their silence at this moment, quietly watching the situation develop, faintly like a tiger watching its prey. In the end, the search operation for the Jianghu clan's new top-grade small stronghold that had escaped from the previous battle also came to an end. They did not find the whereabouts of that small stronghold at all, and suspected that it had already escaped back to the first universe. This made the upper echelons of the human race in the Third Universe and the leaders of the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters even more restless. Now that the Third Universe's internal strife was about to erupt, the Jianghu clan could send out troops to attack at any time, and the human race was already faintly showing signs of being tossed about by the wind and rain. Yi Xian did not know about any of this. That day, after being swallowed by the space crack that Jianghu and the eyebrowless ancestor, the two almighty beings of the universe, the wild star ship, which had turned into a small sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, had been wandering in this space crack ever since. Because it was surrounded by endless space turbulence, it was like dense and invisible space blades, blowing everywhere, wreaking havoc endlessly. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to restore the wild star ship to its original state, although its defensive capabilities were stronger in this state. For the next few days, Yi Xian controlled the wild star ship to wander around this space crack, trying to find a way out. In the end, he decided on a direction and sped off. This direction was the result of the devouring systems analysis. The other directions had a 30% chance of survival or less, but only this direction had a 70% chance of survival. Even so, the wild star ship sped along this direction for a full 4 days, but it still did not reach the end. The space outside the ship was still filled with endless space turbulence, exactly the same as when it had just been swallowed by this space crack. There was no difference at all. Just as Yi Xian was getting impatient and was about to use the devouring system to perform a new round of analysis, an obscure blood-red color suddenly appeared in the boundless dark space in front of him. Although it was strange, this blood-red color was the first time Yi Xian had seen a color different from the deep black from before in the 10 days since he had been swallowed by the space crack. This was most likely the exit. Chapter 3394. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to a freak combination of circumstances, after a short while, Yi Xian urged Xingyi to charge towards the blood-red color. The entire world instantly turned into a vast expanse of blood. After a short period of 2 to 3 breaths, light descended, and the familiar void of the universe appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. A suitable location has been discovered. Blood Void Underworld. Located in the second universe. This universe plane has not yet imprinted your galactic coordinates. Do you wish to imprint them immediately? Blood Void Underworld? Located in the second universe? Yi Xian was stunned. After charging out of that spatial rift, they had actually arrived in the second universe from the first universe? 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teaming up to tear open a spatial rift with their full strength actually had such power? They had actually crossed an entire universe plane. This was obviously not very realistic. At the very least, Yi Xian did not quite believe it. Because if that was really the case, then the natural wormholes connecting the universe planes would be meaningless. Universe realm experts of the 15th level, whether it was the human race, the various races of the Second Universe Federation, or the Qinji clan, were definitely not few. If 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teamed up and used their full strength to tear open a spatial rift and cross the universe planes, then when war broke out, this method would become a true nightmare. The armies of the 3 universes could very well use this method to secretly descend on the enemy's plane. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, how could the 3 planes of the universe be so peaceful? This spatial rift that Old Devil Zhan 2 and Old Devil Zhan 2 teamed up most likely had an accident. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian had an analysis result. His eyes flickered with a bright light. From this point of view, it can be seen that those 2 old fellows don't have any good intentions. Their goal isn't to banish the Starfield ship into the endless void of the universe. The spatial rift they tore should have its original destination, which is within the territory of the first universe. Those 2 old fellows clearly wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. They hid from the experts of the other factions and wanted to capture this young master alone. It's a pity that a small chance of an accident happened in the Void Fissure, which actually moved Starfield to the second universe. As for this, the 2 old guys should have already noticed something. The eyebrowless ugly ghost that the old bastard John 2 invited is most likely a powerful person in the universe who is good at this. He should be able to deduce the new endpoint of the void passage after a small probability of mishap. If that's really the case, the 2 old fogies should be on their way here right now. They might even arrive soon. After all, the Wildstar ship had been stuck in this spatial crack for quite some time. It had been close to 10 days. From the Heavenly War Empire to the domain of the buried Falling Star region, to the second universe through the natural wormhole in the depths of the domain of the buried Falling Star region, and then to determine the final location. The whole process will take about a dozen days. When he thought up to here, a bright light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and a wisp of coldness faintly flashed through them. No matter how good Yi Xian's temper was, he was still slightly infuriated when he thought up to here. Then Yi Xian remembered the blood-red handprint that was left on the Wildstar ship's hull. This was clearly a mark that Zhan 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost had used to determine his exact location. No matter what, he could not leave it behind. However, this was a mark left behind by a powerful person in the 15th realm after all. Yi Xian was not confident that he could erase it. In the end, after he tried, the result made his jaw drop. After Yi Xian gave the command to the core of the Wildstar ship, the blood-red handprint was erased in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The entire Wildstar ship was formed by countless micromolecules derived from a world bug. Following Yi Xian's command, the core of the world bug simply discarded the small area of the ship where the blood-red handprint was imprinted. Like a gecko cutting off its tail, the problem was solved. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the ship that was a meter wide and a foot thick separated from the Wildstar ship and fell into the depths of the void, disappearing quickly. Although this dangerous void called the Blood Void Underworld was indeed suitable for imprinting his interstellar coordinates in the second universe, just like the black hole of life in the first universe and the Death Star vortex in the third universe, the exit of the void crack was here. That old bastard Zhan 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost should have already deduced this point. In other words, this place was already exposed and would become the focus of the enemy. Furthermore, the small piece of the wild star ship that was formed by the micromolecules of the world bug that was completely dead had also fallen into the depths of the void. The blood-red handprint was still on it, and most likely, it still had the function of guiding the direction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal interstellar coordinates in the second universe was not suitable to be imprinted here. After considering all this, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. He stepped out of the wild star ship and waved his hand to keep it into his undying world. Finally, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. After activating the concealment array, he activated the shuttle and turned it into an invisible arrow that shot into the distance. This time, coming to the second universe by a freak combination of factors was a stroke of luck for Yi Xian. He originally planned to immediately find some time to rush to the second universe after dealing with the troublesome matter in the Heavenly War Empire. He did not expect to unexpectedly fulfill his wish in this way. There were 3 reasons why he wanted to come to the second universe. First, to find a suitable place in the second universe to imprint his personal interstellar coordinates. He had already imprinted a personal interstellar space in the first and third universes, so he only needed to imprint one in the second universe. Then, in the future, once he activated the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title, Yi Xian would be able to perform a planar jump between the 3 universes with just a thought, unimpeded. Second, the ancient tortoise shell that contained the incomplete Dongshu scripture, the purplish warbler, was obtained from the abyssal tortoise's sea in the second universe. No matter what, Yi Xian had to personally go there to search and find it. Furthermore, it would not be a short time because the Dongshu scripture was too important to him. The abyssal tortoise's sea was an entire star field. Yi Xian could not just take a quick look around and leave. Therefore, this time he might stay in the second universe for a while. Third, the various races of the second universe were basically beasts and birds with the bloodline of primordial creatures. Previously, Yi Xian had eaten the roasted wings of the Yingji clan and the roasted beef kettle of the barbarian bull clan. Putting aside the excellent taste, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these powerful races had an extremely strong effect on his physical body's evolution. It could be used in medicine and concocted into the next gene fluid. Although Yi Xian had already concocted a level 11 gene fluid, he would be able to consume it when his physical body reached the 10th realm, the peak of level 9 Grotto Heaven, and enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light Realm. Chapter 3395. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second nine-eyed golden crystalline view of the above 3 goals, Yi Xian felt that it was necessary for him to create a new identity. First of all, the identity of young Master Linghu could not be used in the second universe. Once people found out that young Master Linghu was in the second universe, the entire universe would be turned upside down. As for the identity of Prince Xian, he could not use it here either. This was because in order to concoct the level 12 liquid, he would definitely hunt down the races in the second universe whose flesh and blood were of great use and could be used to make medicine. Prince Xian was the bloodline-plucking prince of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would it cause internal strife between the races in the second universe and the humans in the third universe, but Prince Xian's reputation would also be damaged. After thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that he should come up with a full identity in the second universe. It would be best if he was not a human, but a member of one of the native races in the second universe. As for which race to choose, he was not in a hurry. After all, there were many races in the second universe. Not only were there races in the Federation, but there were also races that had not joined the Wanluo Federation. There were too many choices. After confirming the general direction, Yi Xian began to think about his next step. Of the 3 goals of coming to the second universe, the first one was not in a hurry to imprint his interstellar coordinates. After all, he would not stay here for a day or 2. He could just imprint it when he found a suitable place. For the last 2 purposes, concocting a level 12 liquid wasn't something that could be completed in a day or 2. All sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare ores were required. Yi Xian's previous harvest from the bamboo pole was basically complete. He had just entered the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven realm, and had not used the level 11 liquid in his hands. He could slowly study the concoction of the level 12 liquid. After considering this, Yi Xian decided to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea first. That was a vast starfield. Looking for the ancient turtle shell was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely take a long time. The sooner he went, the better. However, there was a very serious problem that needed to be solved. In the second universe, the competition between the races in the Federation was actually very fierce. The humans in the third universe were a whole, and there was still endless killing between them. The second universe was owned by the various races of the Federation, and a large number of different races lived there. Naturally, the situation was even more so. Moreover, these alien races basically had the blood of ancient ferocious birds and ferocious beasts running through their veins. They were naturally aggressive. Therefore, in the second universe, killing was everywhere. If one was not strong enough, it would be almost impossible to move around here. Yi Xian wanted to enter the Sea of Hellish Turtles. Moreover, he wasn't going to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Instead, he needed to walk around and explore this place in search of other ancient turtle shells. Then he was destined to meet a large number of elites from the second universe. If he did not have a powerful means, he was afraid he would only be bullied. Unfortunately, the various powerful techniques he had at his disposal had all been exposed. They were either exposed as Prince Xian or as young Master Linghu. He couldn't use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of magical powers, the Fallen Sky Bow, Dark and Dark Vision, Spiritual Lightning Technique and so on are all too obvious. I can't use them anymore. As for magical treasures, the Rai-Di Seal, Shenong Cauldron, Wildstar Ship, and even the Dongshu Shuttle, Withered Demon Blood Blade, Undying Glass Armor and so on are all too obvious. Similarly, I can't use them anymore. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that there are no magical treasures or magical powers to use at all. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to move around in the second universe? Either I can't move around or my identity will be exposed and I will become the enemy of the whole world. This is really ket up. Oh, right? While smiling bitterly, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. In an instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. He raised his hand and patted the back of his head, saying, "How could I forget about the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals? If there's no other way, I'll just have to swallow another one and obtain a new magical power. It's just nice that I can use it in the second universe. Furthermore, I've already reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. I don't have enough divine abilities on hand. It's time for me to devour the second nine-eyed golden crystal and obtain a new primordial divine ability." Back in the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yi Xian had obtained countless multi-eyed sense crystals. Among them, there were 108 nine-eyed golden crystals that contained the primordial inheritance. Of these 108 nine-eyed golden crystals, he had only used one and obtained the Fallen Sky Bow from it. Now that the time was right, he had to use the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived at the Nether Turtle Sea yet, Yi Xian activated the Void Cave Shuttle to its self-propelled model. Then he took out a small spatial box from the undying world within his body. Inside was a 9-pupil golden crystal. All the 9-eyed golden crystals looked the same on the surface. There was no way to know what kind of magical power they contained, so he randomly picked one. As he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal from the small space box and threw it to the devouring system, the familiar system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, normal 9-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start absorbing it immediately? Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb it immediately. Then he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Dongshu Shuttle's main cabin and closed his eyes to focus, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything. The system's notification rang, and the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal began. Very quickly, traces of dark green spirit source energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind like silk being peeled from a cocoon, automatically entering the purple spirit source core above his sea of consciousness. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who had sunk into it, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorption complete. You have obtained the primordial mystique Netherworld Claw. Netherworld Claw? When he heard these 3 words, Yi Xian was stunned. Why did it sound like a kind of demonic mystique? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had been sent in by the devouring system. When he returned to his senses, he saw the situation in the sky above his mind. In the central region, the Rai-Di Seal and the Shenong Cauldron each occupied one side. In the sky above his mind, there were originally 4 treasures in each side, but now there were 5. Their positions were slightly shifted, obviously to make space for newcomers. There was a spiritual origin core, a void essence crystal, a black gold dragon scale, a small golden bow, and a dark green withered claw. This dark green withered claw was the imprint of the primordial mystique, the Netherworld Claw, that Yi Xian had obtained from the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Chapter 3396. Heaven-defying netherworld claw. This time, Yi Xian was indeed quite disappointed. Because this dark green claw looked thin and unremarkable, like a broken bird's claw. It probably didn't have much power. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately felt depressed. He sighed and accepted his fate as he extended a strand of his divine sense. Soon, he touched the dark green withered claw that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap in a drought, instantly causing Yi Xian's consciousness to be shaken to the point that he almost fell asleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook slightly. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the environment around him had completely changed. It was no longer his knowledge sea, but a vast and boundless void. Looking at this strange and vast starry sky, he was not surprised at all. This void was still filled with an ancient and endless aura, which was surprisingly similar to the void where he saw the giant tortoise when he cultivated the Dongshu scripture fragment and the giant golden star dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestor dragon blood and saw the giant golden star dragon. It was the image of the battle in the desolate era. Screech. Roar. Roar. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. He had long been accustomed to all this. Without the slightest panic, he adjusted his state of mind and treated it as if he was watching an extremely realistic holographic movie. This star field full of ancient aura soon became lively. All kinds of sounds filled the air. There were fierce roars full of violent auras, and roars full of the power to swallow the void. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, at the end of the endless and distant void, he saw an extremely tragic battle. The entire boundless void of stars was the battlefield. In this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that couldn't be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless void of the Milky Way, Yi Xian could still clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Xiao! Just as Yi Xian was in shock, a high-pitched shriek rang out, and a dazzling dark green light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield ahead. A dark green claw print that was withered like a ghost's claw shot out violently with a speed that practically surpassed space. It instantly charged towards the end of the boundless expanse of space, and it obliterated everything along the way. Even space itself was slashed into two. In the end, it split the Cyan Heaven Eye at the back of the enemy's camp into two. A single claw actually tore apart the existence that seemed to be the primordial heavenly Tao's giant eye. Even Yi Xian was taken aback by this display of power that surpassed even the heaven's fall bow. In the next moment, he reflexively looked in the direction of the dark green claw and happened to see a figure flash through the void. It was like a ghost. Then, the image of the inheritance disappeared and Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of the system beep in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's chi and blood boundary has been raised. Current boundary, Grotto Heaven Level 2. Although the nine-eyed golden crystal contained a mysterious energy that was extremely beneficial to one's mind source core, this energy was also beneficial to a starry sky martialist's cultivation base and physical body evolution. However, Yi Xian's mind source core had recently undergone a metamorphosis and evolved to level 7. Therefore, just absorbing the mysterious energy contained within the nine-eyed golden crystal hadn't been enough to raise the grade of his source core again. However, although the power of his body's vital energy and blood had only received a small benefit, it had unexpectedly broken through a small level and advanced to the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Level 2. This had surprised Yi Xian quite a bit. This could be considered a small surprise. Compared to this small surprise, the power of the underworld claw, which looked like a broken bird's claw, was no different from a huge surprise. Yi Xian still felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen on the image of the mystic ability inheritance. The dark green, withered bird claw actually cut the heavenly Tao green eye, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao, into two? That was really impressive, big bro. If the fallen sky bow was called a heaven-destroying item, then this broken bird's claw was clearly heaven-defying. Even the sky path's green eye had been split in half. This was clearly heaven-defying. Yi Xian had seen a corner of the primordial war from the inheritance of the void cave technique in the heaven-falling bow. At the very least, he knew that the primordial Yeksha had once drawn his bow and shot, annihilating a large portion of the primordial heavens. However, he was completely unaware of the subsequent developments of this unprecedented war. For example, he didn't know how the supreme beings of the two camps had fought in the end. He also didn't know why the Headless Infant Corpse camp had been defeated, what had happened after the defeat, why the corpses of the Headless Infant Corpse camp had all been thrown into the primordial cage, and why the victorious camp had ultimately disappeared into the long river of history. Everything was like a huge mystery that lingered in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Every time he thought about it, he would always be fascinated. This time, through the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw, although he didn't solve all the mysteries, at least he knew a little more than what he had seen before. At the very least, he knew that in the Headless Infant Corpse's camp, there was once a dark green figure that looked like a ghost. It had once stretched out its claws towards the back of the enemy camp and actually cut the commander of the enemy camp, the Heavenly Dao Green Eye that was suspected to be the clone of the primordial Heavenly Dao, into two. No matter what, with the terrifying power of the Netherworld Claw, it's definitely enough for me to roam freely in the second universe. Even the primordial Heavenly Dao's Green Eye, which is suspected to be the primordial Heavenly Dao's Green Eye, was split in half. Even with my current cultivation level, it's still not enough to display the full power of this primordial divine skill. I don't need the help of other divine skills or secret methods to travel in the second universe. Just this move alone is enough. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Subsequently, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he frowned as he continued. However, the figure that executed the Nether Claw in the inheritance scene was too fleeting. It was like a ghost and I was utterly unable to see its appearance clearly. If I want to use the Netherworld Claw to travel in the second universe, it's best to reveal myself as the bloodline of this divine skill inheritance. Only then will I not attract suspicion. Chapter 3397. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, the ancestor of the Yin Demon clan now, the data database of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was far from what it used to be. After successfully completing 2 system competitive missions in succession, the total amount of information stored in the devouring system's data database could be said to have increased explosively. It was several times richer than before. Yi Xian had previously discovered that the information in the devouring system's data database would only be updated when the host came into contact with a new substance. Every system host had different experiences, and the materials they had come into contact with were also different. Although most of them were similar, there were some that did not overlap. And even for those that were similar, different systems would obtain different data and information. Therefore, when the data database of Fairy Yin Xia and Xiaoyao Zi was replicated and updated by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body, the amount of data grasped by Yi Xian had greatly increased. Previously, even in the data database of the system in Yi Xian's body, there was no information about the Netherworld clan. However, after combining the data databases of the 3 systems, there was finally some information about the Netherworld clan. Although it was still not much, it was enough for Yi Xian to have a general understanding of the so-called Netherworld clan. What he did not expect was that the Netherworld clan was actually the ancestor of the Yin Demon clan, a non-federal Federation clan in the second universe. This made Yi Xian immediately think of Ling Huju. Ling Huju had not long ago returned to the Heavenly War Empire under the immortal dynasty of the Human Clan's Science and Technology camp in the third universe. He had colluded with the Barbarian Bull clan and the Yin Demon clan. Although this matter was later left unsettled, the Barbarian Bull clan disassociated themselves, saying that they were used by Ling Huju and had nothing to do with the Yin Demon clan. However, during the exploration of the King of Medicine's remains, Ling Huju joined forces with the Yin Demon clan and finally took away the Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the King of Medicine. Since then, he had completely disappeared and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, he should have returned to the second universe. Perhaps he was in the ancestral land of the Yin Demon clan. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. The Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the Medicine King was indeed in the ancestral land of the Yin Demon clan. Right now, it was being studied by the clan leader and a group of elders. However, the Jade ruler was not brought back by Ling Huju to the Yin Demon clan. That guy had died long ago. It was the elder of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Qi, who disguised himself and took the Cyan Jade ruler back to the second universe. Since I've come to the second universe, I should settle my grudges with Ling Huju. This guy is a descendant of the Ling Hu clan, yet he colluded with the second universe's Yin Demon clan. This is truly a disgrace to the Ling Hu clan. After all, this young master has accepted a favor from the Ling Hu clan and used their name. Moreover, Mr. Hu has brought the other members of the Linghu clan to seek refuge in Triumph City. They can be considered one of us. No matter how you look at it, this young master has the obligation to clean up the clan. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out with a cold light. What's more, when we were exploring the Medicine King's remains, Linghu Ju threw an undying and imperishable pearl into the farmer god cauldron. That's this young master's treasure from the desolate era. It's not a garbage dump. How can anyone throw something away as they wish? That undying and imperishable pearl was provided by the Yin Demon clan. This matter, the Yin Demon clan also has an unshirkable responsibility. What's more, long before this young master, the ancient Medicine King was the previous owner of the farmer god cauldron. Speaking of which, he can be considered this young master's senior brother. Since that's the case, how can this young master ignore the fact that senior brother's inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Yin Demon clan? It doesn't make sense at all. In a sense, now that this young master has obtained the inheritance of the Netherclaw, I'm basically the successor of the Netherworld clan. This clan is the beginning of the Yin Demon clan in the second universe. In other words, this young master's identity is now the ancestor of the Yin Demon clan. My descendants are unfilial. As the ancestor, I naturally have to teach them a lesson and teach them how to conduct themselves and how to be this ancestor's grandson. In the end, Yi Xian felt that this was indeed the case and immediately became excited. In that case, it was obvious that he had to go to the Yin Demon clan. Moreover, this time he was going to show off his ancestry. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. However, before he went, in addition to mastering the Netherclaw, he also had to change his appearance. At the very least, in terms of appearance, he had to be extremely similar to the legendary Netherworld clan. In this way, coupled with the fact that he could use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, his identity would not arouse suspicion. After all, the Yin Demon clan was an entire clan. If he went there alone, it would be somewhat dangerous. Of course, even if he went there as a member of the Netherworld clan, it was difficult to guarantee that there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, if an ancestor suddenly fell from the sky and wanted to sit on his neck and act like a tyrant, no one would be willing to do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had confidence in the power of the Netherworld Claw. In addition, if it really didn't work out, he still had other means. At the very least, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, after some consideration, this matter was settled. Yi Xian decided that his first stop in the second universe was to go to the Yin Demon clan. After dealing with this clan, he would go to the Netherworld Turtle Sea. He actually had other considerations in mind. After all, the Netherworld Turtle Sea was too vast. It was an entire star domain. It was a little too difficult for Yi Xian alone to explore there and find clues to the ancient tortoiseshell. If he could subdue the entire Yin Demon clan before this and use the clan's power to do things for him, then his efficiency would be greatly increased. The probability of finding the ancient tortoiseshell would also be higher. Soon Yi Xian focused again. His divine sense touched the dark green withered claw in the sky above his knowledge sea, and a wave of cold Yin energy instantly surged out. He wasn't in a hurry to change. Instead, he carefully pondered the mysteries within, like an old monk in meditation. After a full half a day, Yi Xian's form began to change. From a body of flesh and blood, he transformed into a body of energy that emitted a cold and obscure aura. This was the aura of the fleeting figure he saw in the picture of the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Since then, he finally figured out the characteristics of the Netherworld clan's form. After a short while, the drifting and nimble cold energy transformed again, taking the form of a human. However, it was no longer young Master Linghu's appearance. Instead, it had taken the form of a pale-faced, skinny young man with a pair of triangular eyes. He gave off the appearance of a scheming young man, and his entire body was emitting an extremely cold feeling. Shio. Suddenly, this cold young man raised his hand and waved. Thousands of miles away, a meteor whistling past suddenly split into two. A dark green withered claw flashed through the void. Chapter 3398. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Evil weapon lustful smoke net. The Yin Demon clan lived in a cold place in the western star region of the second universe. It was located in the deepest part of this cold place and its name was the Yin Nest. Because the Yin Demon clan was not a clan of the Federation, and because the members of this clan had always been sinister and evil, they were not well liked among the clans of the second universe. Not to mention the clans of the Federation, even the clans of the Federation did not like to interact with the Yin Demon clan. Therefore, the Yin Nest where the Yin clan lived was basically lonely all year round. Very few strong figures could be seen. At most, one would occasionally see one or two ghostly figures drifting by. These were all the members of the Yin Demon clan. After changing his form, Yi Xian even put away the Dongshu shuttle and did not hide his body anymore. Just like that, he used the appearance of a cold human male to cross the void of the second universe with his physical body and quickly rushed to the Western Star region where the Yin Demon clan's Yin nest was located. Along the way, he occasionally gave orders to the devouring system in his body to activate the attached star communication system and connect to the star networks of the clans of the second universe along the way to obtain some information. Basically, all the clans of the second universe had joined the Wanluo Federation. Therefore, the clans of the second universe had introduced and used the human race's technology. This could be seen from the fact that the strong clans of the second universe all had their own small private battleships and military fleets. However, the clans of the second universe's federation could not compare to the human race in terms of the use of the human race's technology and elements. Although their administrative planets also had star networks and even had the star superbrain as the central hub of the star network, they were all the most ordinary and low-level goods. This level of star network was simply unable to stop the invasion of Yi Xian's personal star communication system. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He could easily obtain any information he needed. Moreover, it was done so flawlessly that not a single trace of it could be found. Yi Xian quickly understood the aftermath of the chaos that had happened in the Heavenly Star region of the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire. Basically, it was similar to what he had predicted and did not attract too much attention from Yi Xian. The only thing that shocked him was the second outbreak of the universe zombies. This time it was even more serious than the last time. The inexplicable appearance of the universe zombies had actually broken through the administrative planet and spread out in the boundless space of the universe. The planet that Tuoba Linfeng had first massacred had now exploded, causing a huge commotion in the human race and even in the three universes. Just like that, an entire administrative planet was silently massacred. No one was left alive. All the creatures were either torn to pieces, their limbs and flesh scattered all over the surface of the planet, or turned into terrifying cosmic zombies. Some of them were still wandering inside the stars, but some had the ability to fly and rushed into the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. They had already spread out and their footprints had covered a small area of the star sector. Strange, looking at the situation this time the zombie crisis in the universe clearly started from this star, but this place is so far away from the Heavenly War Empire where the zombie crisis first broke out, this doesn't make sense. Analyzing this information, Yi Xian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. And at that time, the zombie crisis in the Heavenly War Empire was indeed resolved. The 4 zombie kings were all dead. When this young master left, although there were still some low-level zombies, how could the joint fleet of the Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly War Empire not be able to deal with those low-level zombies? They actually let the fish escape the net? This is not possible. Faintly, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something extremely important. But after thinking hard, there was no result at all. In desperation, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he was in the second universe, it was impossible for him to return to the human race in a short time. He wanted to intervene and explore the matter there, but he was powerless. What's more, the second zombie outbreak was no longer a secret. With the power of the entire Immortal Dynasty suppressing it, there should not be any problems. Taking a step back, if the entire Immortal Dynasty could not suppress it, with his own power, even if he returned to the third universe of the human race now, what could he do? Thinking like this, Yi Xian quickly stopped thinking about this matter. Maybe when he returned to the third universe of the human race soon, this outbreak of the universe zombie crisis would have been completely suppressed. Who knows? In addition to this news, there was another piece of news that also caught Yi Xian's attention, which made him quite interested. And the location of this news was not in the third universe, but in the second universe. A legendary evil weapon at the level of a primordial treasure was about to be born. This evil weapon was called Yanluo. It was said that Yanluo was a mysterious pink silk cloth that was only a foot in size. This treasure was woven from an unknown material, and it was impervious to water and fire. And there were some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk cloth. They were all primordial existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by this treasure. It was said that after refining this treasure, there was a chance to shape the soul of the ancient demon that was sealed in the silk cloth, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense, so that it could reappear in the human world and be ready to serve. This treasure was one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. It was a legendary treasure in later generations, and countless strong people in the starry sky were scrambling for it. What made Yi Xian speechless was that according to the rumor, the place where Yen Luo was born this time happened to be the Sea of Hades turtles that he was about to go to later. Not long ago, some strong people in the starry sky saw a strange phenomenon in a corner of the Sea of Hades turtles. In a beam of light that rose into the sky, there was a silk cloth fluttering in the wind. But soon the light beam stopped and disappeared. These strong people in the starry sky went back and looked up a lot of information. In the end, they confirmed that the silk cloth was very similar to the Yen Luo, one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. No one doubted it. Because recently, many primordial treasures had appeared in the world. The Shinong giant cauldron that young Master Linghu obtained was a primordial treasure. In addition, Fairy Yinxia's soul entangling chain, Xiaoyao Zi's red blood chop, and barrier breaker boots were all primordial treasures, and they had never been heard of before. Obviously, they suddenly appeared in a mysterious area and were obtained by Xiaoyao Zi and Fairy Yinxia. Including the demon dust woman's zither of hatred and the fallen demon sun's chi demon flag, they had all appeared recently. It could be said that it was the zither of hatred and other primordial treasures that created the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, including young Master Linghu, who was known as a peerless genius. If it wasn't for the Shinong giant cauldron, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't be able to become a peerless figure like he was now, and his name could shake the 3 universes. Chapter 3399. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The ancestor was overjoyed. Obviously, as the news of the primordial treasure Yen Luo appearing in the Abyss Turtle Sea spread, all the big and small forces in the 3 universes would be alarmed. Who didn't hope for a young genius to appear in their clan that could compete with the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan or even the 2 peerless geniuses? Without a doubt, the Abyss Turtle Sea would soon become lively. In addition to the experts of various races in the 2nd universe, the experts from the 3rd universe's human clan, the overlord of the 1st universe's Tianji clan, and their servants would gather to fight for this primordial treasure Yen Luo. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time he thought that after he left Universe 3, he had jumped out of the center of the whirlpool where the wind and clouds were surging. He didn't expect that even though he ran away, the whirlpool of wind and clouds seemed to have eyes and actually chased after him to Universe 2. It was really depressing. Yi Xian wasn't interested in this so-called Yen Luo. It wasn't like he didn't have any primordial treasures or even primordial treasures in his hands, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. In addition, this Yen Luo was an evil weapon and it was in the form of a silk. It was obvious at a glance that it was a woman's item, so he was even less interested in it. But even so, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the battle for the treasure this time. Because it was impossible for Yi Xian not to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea. Although he was going there to search for clues about the void dimension technique and try to find other ancient turtle shells, others didn't know and would definitely regard him as a competitor for the primordial treasure Yen Luo. When the time came, there would definitely be a fight. It seems that I have to go even if I don't want to. Soon, the Abyss Turtle Sea will be turbulent, and all the major forces in the 3 universes will gather. This is really troublesome. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian became even more determined to head to the Yin Demon clan and subdue them under his command. If that's the case, then this young master won't be able to do it alone. Some powers will see me as a soft persimmon that they want to pinch at will. If I'm forced into a corner, it's inevitable that my identity will be exposed. Only by taking the Yin Devil clan under my command and leading them to move out in full strength would they be considered a force. Then, there would be fewer existences who would dare to provoke us. Naturally, there would be fewer troubles. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his speed unknowingly increased by a large margin. Not far ahead was the western star field of the 2nd universe. The Yin Demon clan's ancestral land, the Yin Nest, was in the depths of this star field. They were almost at their destination. The Yin Nest was actually a place similar to the Void Mystic Realm. This was a starry sky-level cold place. It was similar to a black hole with a fixed entrance. After entering it, one would find themselves in a dark and cold world that was different from the outer space. This Yin Nest emitted cold, evil and filthy aura all year round, which affected a part of the void. Therefore, this small star area around the Yin Nest was filled with Yin Qi. In this vast area, there was not a single life planet. Therefore, no starry sky experts would come to this star area. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Almost all of it was cold Yin Qi. Why would they come here? As for everything inside the Yin Nest except for the members of the Yin Demon clan, the outside world basically didn't know. This clan was too mysterious and didn't like to communicate with the outside world. Everything about this clan was basically a blank slate to the other races. There weren't many members of the Een Demon clan. There were only slightly more than 10,000 of them. Over the countless years they had maintained this number. The members of this clan didn't reproduce through bloodline. All the members of the Een Demon clan were born from the Een Pool in the depths of the Een Nest. The Een Pool was a forbidden area in the Een Nest of the Een Demon clan's ancestral land. Except for the Patriarch and the 9 elders, no one was allowed to approach it. The Patriarch's name was Een Emperor. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the 15th Great Realm. He was an almighty expert of the universe. However, Een Emperor had entered the Een Pool to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago. He wanted to break through his bloodline and become a member of the Netherworld clan. Moreover, it was a seclusion where he couldn't come out unless he succeeded. Therefore, for the past hundreds of years, the Een Demon clan was basically controlled by the 9 elders. The 9 elders were called Een 1, Een 2, Een San, until Een Jiao. The Een Chi who colluded with Ling Hu Ju and went to the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire and brought back the Green Jade ruler that recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King was actually just a clone of the Een Demon clan's old Een Chi. Een Chi's original body was the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Among the 9 elders of the Een Demon clan, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu were the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Een 1, Een 2, and Een San were the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm. The 9 elders weren't all in the clan. The 3 elders of the first grade, Een E and Een San, had left many years ago and weren't in the clan right now. The 3 elders of the second grade, Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu, were either in seclusion to break through or outside. They were also not in the clan. For the past 100 years, the entire Een Demon clan was jointly controlled by the 3 elders of the third grade, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao. In other words, Yi Xian had to face more than 10,000 Een Demon clansmen and 3 elders of the third grade who were in the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, when he came to the Een Demon clan this time. As long as he didn't make too big of a commotion, the clan leader and the other 2 elders of the second grade who were in seclusion wouldn't be alarmed. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. He didn't even know the structure of the Een Demon clan's clansmen, nor did he know that the clan leader, Een Emperor, was a supreme expert of the universe in the 15th Great Realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to come to his door and call him his grandsons. Moreover, he would be calling him a nest of grandsons. Of course, this feeling was very good. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was floating. He had already decided that in the future he would definitely look around and see if there were any descendants of the desolate ancient Yuxia clan in the Federation of the Second Universe. If there were, he could go and find a nest of grandsons. As for the Enji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, and the other top 10 clans of the Second Universe, they basically all had the desolate ancient bloodline. Yi Xian reckoned that he would definitely be able to find a corresponding ancestor's inheritance among the 106 9-pupil golden crystals in his possession. When he obtained the inheritance, he planned to go and find a nest of grandsons. These kinds of disciples and grand-disciples were free anyway, so the more the better. In any case, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. When needed, he could use them as cannon fodder. Of course, everything had to start from the Een Demon clan. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian soon arrived at the western star field of the Second Universe where the cold aura was at its peak. He stood in the void outside the entrance of the Een Nest and roared, "Disciples and grand-disciples of the Een Demon clan, your ancestor has arrived. All grandsons, come out and quickly welcome him." Pooh. Chapter 3400. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin suppressing the disobedient descendant, puff. In the depths of the Een Nest, Elder Een Chi spat out the tea he just drank, and his old face turned black. Then he roared, "Damn it, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare he come to the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan to make a ruckus? Calling him a disciple and a disciple, how annoying. I must tear him apart." Before he finished speaking, Een Chi had already leaped up, followed by a group of trusted subordinates, and rushed to the exit of the Een Nest in the ancestral land. This scene fell into the senses of the 2 elders Een Ba and Een Jiao. They were originally furious, but at this moment they suppressed the impulse in their hearts and didn't move. On the one hand, these 3 elders who were currently in power in the clan only seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other. Since Een Chi had already taken action, the other 2 were not interested in going. On the other hand, it was just a reckless little thief who came to seek death. The 3 elders of the Een Demon clan were giving him too much face by taking action at the same time. After a short while, Een Chi led a group of trusted subordinates behind him, A total of more than 100 clansmen of the Een Demon clan, out of the Een Nest's entrance and exit. Their figures floated in the void and they pointed at Yi Xian angrily. They roared angrily, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you come to my Een Demon clan to seek death? Quickly kneel and come forward and I will leave you a complete corpse." At this time Yi Xian had the appearance of a young human with triangular eyes, a cold aura and a pale face. Yin Chi thought this was a little troublemaker from the human clan, so he didn't take it seriously. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. "How dare you, the ancestor is here, how dare you, an unfilial descendant, do this? You are simply disobedient and unfilial, I must suppress you today." Yi Xian felt great in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He suddenly sank and at the same time he shouted, his shoulders slightly shook, and in an instant, he turned into a dark green mist that was faintly discernible to the soul. It was exactly the appearance of the figure he saw in the Netherworld Claw's inheritance. Although it had the shape of a human, it was obvious that it was not a physical body. Its entire body was covered in a thick dark green fog, and its face could be vaguely seen. Its eyes were also emitting two dark green lights that seemed to have substance. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura gushed out from Yi Xian's body. It was the effect of activating the dark green Hades claw that was hovering above his sea of consciousness. Nether body? This is impossible. On the opposite side, Yin Chi's face instantly turned green, and he was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was too great, and even his words were stuttering. The more than 100 trusted subordinates behind him were instantly petrified. As members of the Een Demon clan, they could naturally recognize the Nether body. This was because there was a faint trace of the Nether bloodline flowing in their bodies. At this moment they did not even need to look at it. The vague feeling and suppression of the bloodline allowed them to understand it in their hearts. In fact, the reason why the patriarch of the Een Demon clan, Een Emperor, entered the forbidden area of the Een Pool in the ancestral land's Een Nest to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago was to seek a breakthrough and return his bloodline to its ancestral roots. From there, he could obtain some kind of powerful bloodline ability in the legends of the Nether clan. However, before the patriarch Een Emperor had succeeded in cultivating in seclusion, a pure Nether clan member had already appeared in front of them. This aura was definitely not wrong. The vague feeling and suppression at the bloodline level could not be faked. This person in front of them was indeed a pure Nether clan member. However, wasn't the legendary Nether clan already extinct in the later stages of the primordial era? They only left behind a mixed blood descendant, which was the current Een Demon clan. The aura of the Nether clan member in front of them was incomparably pure. He was not a mixed blood at all. Where exactly did he come from? Yin Chi was confused as this question was tangled in his mind. When he thought about how, in a certain sense, this person in front of him was really his ancestor, he suddenly felt as if he was in a mess. It was inevitable for anyone who encountered this kind of situation. A stranger suddenly appeared and you could be sure that he was your ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? Before he could sort out the doubts in his heart, Yi Xian spoke again. This young master was born in the later stages of the primordial era. At that time, I was still young and coincidentally met with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. I was sealed in an innately cold place by my father. I was finally born recently, but I was shocked to hear that my clan had already been annihilated in the long river of history. I was originally disheartened. Fortunately, I was shocked to hear that there was still a mixed blood descendant with an impure bloodline that had been passed down to this day. I came here with a little consolation. Originally, I wanted to recognize a group of disciples and grand disciples. At the very least, I wanted to pass down the bloodline ability of my Nether clan. I didn't expect you to be such a group of rebellious descendants. When you saw your ancestor, you actually wanted to kill me. This young master is truly bitterly disappointed. Forget it, forget it. In the end, you're just a bunch of mixed blood descendants with impure bloodlines. This young master is indeed too stubborn about this matter. It seems that the bloodline ability of my Nether clan, the Nether Claw that once cut the Heavenly Tao's green eye into two during the primordial era, will be completely severed from now on. When this young master passes away, this ability will become the last song of the starry sky. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian seemed to have some thoughts. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. Swish. Rumble, a peerlessly sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded. Subsequently, in a space 5,000 kilometers away, a small star that was like a shooting star was strangely slashed by a strand of invisible netherworld energy, and it was split into two. Oh my God! Nether. Nether Claw? Seeing this scene, Yin-Chi was so scared that he almost sat down in the air. The expression on his face changed wildly once again, and a trace of boundless joy could be vaguely seen. This kind of ability was the most powerful ability of the Nether clan's bloodline. Now that Yi Xian had displayed it in front of everyone, its power was exactly the same as in the rumors. Moreover, this person actually knew the secret of the Yin Demon clan's teachings. It was recorded in the teachings that their clan's ancestor, the clan emperor of the Nether clan, had made a remarkable achievement during the primordial era. Once the Nether Claw was used, even the Heavenly Tao's green eye of the primordial era's will of the Heavenly Tao was cut in half. Apart from a group of elders and the clan leader, even the clansmen didn't know about this. Since this person could say it, there was no doubt about his identity. Moreover, from what he said, this person was actually the youngest son of the clan emperor of the Nether clan. He was sealed in an innately cold place and had only been born now. His origins were truly extraordinary. He had pierced through the heavens. Even if the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was here, he would immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Although the other party's words weren't pleasant to the ears and kept calling him a mixed blood, it was still understandable that he was an ancestor who had just been born and didn't know the ways of the world. More importantly, what did the ancestor just say? That he wanted to pass down the Nether clan's bloodline ability? What the F***ck, this was enough. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 3401. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Boundless Longevity Plop. Ancestor, long live the boundless longevity. This unfilial descendant Yin-Chi has been disrespectful just now. Please punish me, ancestor. Yin-Chi eventually knelt down. Although they were in the void and the bodies of the Yin demons weren't solid, there shouldn't be any sound when they knelt down. However, in order to show the effect as he knelt down, he purposely transformed a piece of hemp stone under his knees, making it bumpy. Moreover, even his legs turned into flesh and blood in the instant before he knelt down. As he knelt down heavily, his knees knocked against the bumpy green rock, making a heavy plop sound. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten when he heard it. This old fellow was really not an ordinary retard. He was too easy to trick. Although he thought so, Yi Xian didn't show it on his face. His figure flashed and he returned to his human form. He waved his hand and said slowly, that's more like it. That's my good grandson. When I'm going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, I'll definitely choose the most pleasing person. Now it seems that it's most likely you. Rise. Plop. Plop. It would have been fine if he didn't say that, but once he said that, the 100 or so Yin demon clansmen behind Yin-Chi all knelt down. Moreover, they all followed Yin-Chi's example and materialized the flesh on their legs, transforming into a large, bumpy bluestone under their knees. When they knelt down like this, a series of plop sounds rang out, causing even Yi Xian to be caught off guard. There were even a few more vicious fellows. The large bluestone that appeared under their feet was not only full of potholes, but also densely packed with sharp spikes. When they knelt down, their brittle heads would be pierced by the spikes and blood would flow out. After all, their legs had turned into flesh and blood. What should bleed would still bleed. It seemed that what he said before he rose was effective. When he was going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, he would definitely choose the most pleasing person to pass on to. In other words, everyone was equal and had a chance. These fellows were all envious. They were trying their best to show off. Regarding this point, Elder Yin-Chi was also well aware of it. He immediately glared at those guys whose knees were bleeding. He had already secretly prepared to kill them. Damn it, they actually dared to snatch the fortune from Master. They clearly didn't want to live anymore. You guys, who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yi Xian's expression darkened and he scolded on the spot. Kneeling and kowtowing is a gesture of sincerity. What's the point of doing this? All of you are already bastards. If you continue to do this, won't people laugh at this old ancestor's nest of Yin Devil clan descendants? Not only are they bastards but they are also all stupid pigs? Wow, I'm so pissed off. Yi Xian had also gotten into character. Previously, he had called himself the Young Master, but now that Yin-Chi had brought this group of Yin Demon Clan clansmen to kneel on the ground, he immediately called himself the Ancestor. He spoke so sneakily. However, none of the people kneeling on the ground felt that it was harsh to the ears. Even the words bastards made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. At the very least, this meant that the ancestor before them had already acknowledged their identity as mixed-blood descendants. Damned fellows, how dare you provoke old ancestor? What if old ancestor's body is damaged from anger? Yin-Chi immediately stood up, and as he scolded, he raised his hands and slapped out two palms. These fellows with ulterior motives, I can't let you live. Boom. Boom. Two energy explosions sounded, and those two fellows exploded into a cloud of cold mist on the spot. Their consciousness dissipated and they turned into ashes. As his trusted subordinates, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and dared to snatch the creation from him. This was clearly an ingrate and he couldn't be allowed to live. Although Yin Chi didn't say these words, the hundreds of Yin Devil clan subordinates who were kneeling behind him knew clearly. All of them trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Alright, what did old ancestor say just now? Do I need to ask you to stand up respectfully? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his expression darkened. He waved his hand, showing his displeasure. This group of fellows didn't dare to delay any longer, and all of them hurriedly got up. Yin Chi bowed slightly and welcomed Yi Xian like a eunuch. He pointed at the entrance of the Yin nest and said, "Old ancestor, it's windy outside. It won't be good if you catch a cold. Please follow me home." Alright, after all, they are old ancestors' descendants. Although they are bastards with impure bloodlines, they can be considered as family. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and his heart was already bubbling with joy. However, he didn't plan to stop there. As he spoke, he seemed to casually mention it, but in reality he was throwing it out and thinking about the treasures of the Yin Demon clan. Coincidentally, this ancestor has just been born, so I don't know much about this world. It's quite boring, so I'll see what interesting things you unfilial descendants have to play with to pass the time. Yes, there are. Please, old ancestor. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yin Chi hurriedly responded and bowed, leading the way in front. Old ancestor, don't worry. There are many interesting things. I'll send them to you in a while. Please don't mind. You know, we are just a bunch of useless bastards. We can't take out anything that can catch your eye. It's fine. As long as you have the heart. Yi Xian waved his hand but sighed in his heart. This bastard is so King filial. Yin nest deep in the ancestral land. In the cave residence of the other two elders Yin Ba and Yin Jiao. Yin Ba and Yin Jiao didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the Yin nest. It was just a reckless young human who came to make a ruckus. With Yin Chi's help he would definitely die. They didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. Therefore they didn't know what happened outside at first. It was only when their subordinates reported the situation that Yin Ba and Yin Jiao suddenly stood up in shock and regret. What? The Netherworld clan's young master? He actually displayed the legendary bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw in front of everyone? He instantly and silently cut a small meteor thousands of miles away into two halves? Wow, we've really suffered a huge loss this time. A living ancestor has come knocking on our door, and he actually said that he would choose the one that he liked the most, and that he would impart the bloodline ability Netherworld Claw. Old Seven is really lucky this time. No, we can't let him take all the advantages. If you want to play, why should you? We are also mixed blood descendants of the Netherworld clan. We are also bastards. We also have to kowtow to the old ancestor. Chapter 3402. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Who are these two bastards? When he led Yi Xian into the Yin nest, Yin Chi had already secretly glanced at his trusted aide. The latter understood and immediately walked a few steps forward to rush to the front. Yin Chi could tell that this Netherworld race's young master ancestor had just been born. He was not very shrewd and was easy to coax. As long as he was happy, he would definitely find Yin Chi pleasing to the eye. The Netherworld race's bloodline ability would most likely be passed on to him first. Although he did not say that he would not pass on the other skills, what if the other skills were delayed after one was passed on? No one could afford to wait for 180 years. Therefore, Yin Chi only wanted to make the Netherworld race's ancestor happy. Although he was in the 12th realm, the Void realm, the Netherworld race's ancestor had just been born. His cultivation was not high and was only in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. However, Yin Chi had never thought of using force. On one hand, this little ancestor was not shrewd and was easy to coax. There was no need to use force. On the other hand, the Yin Devil clan was, after all, a mixed blood descendant of the Netherworld clan. When it came to using force, they might be able to kill a pure-blood member of the Netherworld clan because their cultivation was higher than the other party. However, it was impossible for them to search the other party's soul and obtain the secrets of the other party's bloodline. Yi Xian was well aware of this. That was why he was so calm. He threw out the great temptation of the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. He was sure that this group of people would not be able to resist. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they could only hold their breaths in front of him. Soon Yi Xian was led by Yin Qi with an ingratiating smile. They passed through the Yin Nest tunnel and arrived inside the Yin Nest. What entered their eyes was a dark and cold world. Although there was also the void and stars, the main color was gray. There was no source of yang energy. There was only cold Yin energy everywhere. Welcome, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. The Yin demon clansmen in front of him were all kneeling on the ground. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons in total. The entire Yin Devil clan had a total of over 10,000 people, and they were all under the control of the 3 elders. 7 Yin's lineage had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and all of them were present, kneeling here. Needless to say, Yin Qi really knew how to arrange things. It was as if he could tell that Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance, so he arranged things to suit his taste. If Yin Qi knew that the reason why Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance was because he saw these bastards being taken advantage of by him, and they were so willing, crying and shouting as if they wanted to die, that was why he felt so happy and comfortable. Yin Qi would probably explode on the spot and spit out blood. Hey, what are you doing? What's the point of making such a big show of extravagance? This ancestor has always kept a low profile and I don't like this the most. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost floated in the air when he saw the Yin demon clansmen kneeling in front of him. Although he said that he liked to keep a low profile, he had already soared into the air and arrived in front of the group of people kneeling, enjoying their worship. He wasn't in a hurry to get them to stand up. First, he smiled and swept his gaze over these guys. Finally, he gently waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Bastards, get up." Thank you, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. These bastards were all beaming with joy. Ancestor Huansuan had seriously glanced at them just now. Everyone felt that they had caught the Ancestor Huansuan's eyes, and they might even be remembered by the Ancestor Huansuan. It was just a matter of time before they would have a meteoric rise. Overjoyed, these guys all got up one after another. They didn't dare to block the path in front of them, and took the initiative to retreat to the side, looking at him with burning eyes. Ancestor, this way please. Yin Qi could see that this young master of the Netherworld race clearly liked this very much. Wasn't he so happy now that his mouth was all the way behind his ears? Thinking about it, it was normal. He was the young master of the powerful Netherworld race in the Antiquity Age. Now that he was born in the current age, he found that the Netherworld race had already declined. How strong was the sense of loss in his heart? Under such circumstances, it was rare for him to enjoy the noble treatment of those years in the nest of his bastard descendants. Naturally, he was happy. Since the Ancestor Huansuan was happy, Yin Qi was naturally happy as well. He vaguely felt that he had already grasped the Ancestor Huansuan's preferences. It seemed that the Netherworld Claw's divine ability couldn't escape and would definitely belong to him. Thinking of this, Yin Qi felt that his body was a little floating. On this side, just as the 3,000 to 4,000 subordinates of Yin Qi retreated far away, 2 groups of people immediately floated over like dark clouds in front of them. One on the left and one on the right, there were 3,000 to 4,000 people on each side. When they approached, they directly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. The 2 people in the lead were Yin Ba and Yin Jiao. After the 2 of them knelt down, their heads were lowered, but they each held a small space box in their hands. They raised it high and shouted, "Ancestor, old aid is here. Please forgive me. I have prepared some small things here. They are a meeting gift for the Ancestor. It's the same for Old Nine. They're not good things, but they represent Old Nine's sincerity. I hope the Ancestor Huansuan won't mind and accept them. Old 8? Old 9? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Yin Qi, who was beside him, and when he saw that his expression immediately darkened, he immediately understood. It seemed that these 2 fellows were the same as Yin Qi clan elders of the Yin Demon clan. They must have received the news and rushed over to flatter him. To put it bluntly, their ultimate goal was to win his favor so that they could obtain the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately calmed down. As long as the other party had this intention, they would be firmly controlled by him. Moreover, there was Yin Qi, who was deeply poisoned, beside him now. Even if the 2 in front of him didn't fall for his trick, with Yin Qi around, they couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face darkened. He raised his hand and patted his chest, saying, "Who are these 2 bastards?" They suddenly rushed out and led a group of people to kowtow. This Ancestor Huansuan was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was originally something that Yi Xian said casually to take advantage of the situation again. He didn't expect that when it reached Yin Ba and Yin Jiao's ears, it was no different from the sound of nature. The two old fellows immediately grinned and were incomparably excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought to be the first to reveal their identities and express their loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. The ancestor is so perceptive. Aren't the two of us bastards? Your mixed blood descendant, your seed, is short for bastard. This is what it means, Ancestor Huansuan, right? The one beside you is the bastard old 7, this is the bastard old 8, and I'm the bastard old 9. We're all your seed. Originally, Yi Xian felt comfortable calling them bastards. However, after hearing it so many times, especially when these two fellows kept calling them bastards and then saying that they were all his seed, Yi Xian gradually felt that it wasn't so. Weren't they King scolding him? Chapter 3403. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios getting the Medicine King inheritance. Yi Xian felt awkward when he thought about how these bastards had brought him in as well. His face couldn't help but darken. Yin Qi, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when she saw Yi Xian's unhappy expression. Just as she was about to jump out and attack Yin Ba and Yin Jiao to establish a bad first impression of them in the eyes of the patriarch. However, these two fellows were quick to react. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly changed the topic and opened the small space box in their hands in an extremely nimble manner. Walala, ding ding dang dang. In an instant, all the treasures in the two small space boxes poured out and piled up into two small hills in the void. A lot of strange clanking sounds rang out, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance burst out. The surrounding Yin demons all stared at them. Even Yi Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were some heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that even he didn't have. As expected of the two elders in charge of the Yin demon clan, they spared no expense for the nether claw. They were indeed generous. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the two small hills of various heaven and earth treasures, rare minerals, cultivation resources, and even finished products in front of him, the two elders were immediately invigorated. They immediately stood up and waved their hands behind them. The 6,000 to 7,000 Yin demons immediately retreated silently. On the other hand, Yin Ba and Yin Jiao surrounded Yi Xian from left and right. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they excitedly introduced the two small piles of treasures to him. Look, Patriarch, this is the Wuji gold crystal, the best material for refining weapons. This is the Phoenix blood grass, the best material for refining medicine. It is said that the 14th level liquid of the human race's science and technology faction requires this material. Of course, that is the formula in the derivation. The human race has no use for it, and only the 11th level liquid has been created. What? You don't know what the 11th level liquid is? Oh, by the way, you've just been born, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The 11th grade liquid is a kind of body refining medicinal liquid refined by the human race. As they spoke, Yin Ba and Yin Jiao kept the two small hills of treasures in front of Yi Xian back into the small space box. Finally, he stuffed the small box into Yi Xian's hands and said fawningly, Ancestor, with your experience, these little things naturally won't catch your eye. However, they are novel and interesting. Take your time to play with them. We'll gather more for you later. Yes, yes, yes. We are your most loyal bastard descendants. You must remember us, bastard old 8 and bastard old 9. Old 8, you guys have gone too far. Before Yin Ba and Yin Jiao could finish their words, Yin Qi, whose face was as gloomy as water, could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, Didn't you see that I, old 7, was the one who brought the patriarch into the sect? I haven't even had the time to say anything yet. What do you mean by this? Isn't it just a bunch of broken things? Don't tell me I don't have them? As he spoke, Yin Qi coldly snorted and took out a small spatial box from his bosom. He handed it over to Yi Xian with a smile and said in a fawning manner, Ancestor, little 7 has a lot of these things as well. We don't care about them, and they don't have what little 7 has. Hey, this green jade ruler is an item from the primordial era. It is said that it was left behind by a medicine king in the primordial era. It records the entire inheritance of the medicine king. This is a good thing. Little 7 hasn't had the time to study it yet. He just got it not long ago. Of course. To old ancestor, this is just a small broken jade ruler. However, it is an item from the primordial era after all. Old ancestor, you can more or less feel close to it since it came from the same era. At this point, the faces of Yin Ba and Yin Jiao were already filled with disdain. This old thing was too shameless. In order to curry favor with them, he even took out the medicine king's inheritance that he had just obtained, which he had flaunted in front of them after returning, but did not even allow them to touch it. The key was that he said little 7 as if he was a little follower. He cursed his neighbor and wanted to take the old ancestor for himself. He was simply too shameless. Nonsense, how is this an item from the primordial era? Yi Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, how can this old ancestor not see the aura of the primordial era? This is at most an item from the primordial era, but it's close to the later stage of the primordial era. This old ancestor sighed when he saw it. It's not a bad idea. Little Seven, you're a good bastard, a good bastard. Speaking of this, Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Yin Chi's shoulder. He had an expression that said, I think very highly of you. Continue to work hard and you have a bright future ahead of you. Of course, he took the opportunity to throw out a few more words, taking advantage of Yin Chi. However, Yin Chi was flattered. This good bastard was very impressive. From the beginning to the end, he had heard the old ancestor say the word bastard many times. However, until now, he was the only one who could make the old ancestor praise him as a good bastard. Yin Chi, who was greatly encouraged, immediately puffed out her chest and proudly glanced at Yin Ba and Yin Jiao. The green jade ruler in her hand and the small spatial box that contained a large amount of treasures were respectfully handed over to Yi Xian. With a flip of her hand, the latter stored them into the undying world within his body. At this point, Yi Xian hadn't even entered the door yet, but he'd already received so many gifts that his hands went soft. It could be said that he'd earned an overflowing bowl. Needless to say, his heart was carefree, and his entire body was about to float. Alright, this old ancestor has seen the filial piety of the three of you. In short, you're all good bastards. This old ancestor feels rather comforted to have disciples like you. After keeping the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian looked at Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao with a face full of praise. He nodded and continued, all in all, you're not bad. There's hope for all of you. Continue to work hard in the future. This old ancestor has decided to choose one of you to pass down the bloodline ability of my Netherworld clan, the Netherworld Claw. So you guys don't know. This kind of bloodline ability can only be passed down in a special way. Every time I pass it down, I have to recuperate for 100 years. Therefore, among the 3 of you, only one can inherit it within 100 years. The other 2 can only wait for 1 or 200 years. This makes this old ancestor feel rather uneasy. The 3 of you are such good bastards, but this old ancestor can't treat all of you equally. It would have been better if he did not say this. Once he said this, Yin Chi and the other 2 immediately bowed even more. Previously, they were only worried that this old ancestor would be lazy and delay the second one after passing down the first one. Chapter 3404. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The 3 of you lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Yi Xian set his eyes on the benefits of this Yin nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of Yin demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, you bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you kneel and pay your respects. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts. Making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects, how could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. The thousands of Yin demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Yi Xian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air. Soon, after kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of Yin demons quickly retreated. Only Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Yin Chi immediately came forward and said fawningly, Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's Yin nest, there is an innately cold place called the Yin Pool. Apart from the clan head, Yin Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection. This was also Yi Xian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of Yin Demon clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Yi Xian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of Yin Demon Clan's ancestral land. Yin Qi and the other two had long since become obedient to Yi Xian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the three was here, it would have been fine. What could be done and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all three of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other two first. Therefore, the three old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light, without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Yi Xian to say anything. The three old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Yi Xian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this Yin nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of Yin Qi filled the interior of the Yin nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and Yin attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Yi Xian. In a short half a day, the group of four finally arrived at the core of the Yin nest, the Yin pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Yi Xian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare Yin attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now Yi Xian had dug up almost all of them. The Yin pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound Yin Qi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate Yin Qi. It was the result of the innate Yin Qi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Looking at this Yin pond reminds this ancestor of the Yin pond where father sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the Yin pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has a Yin Qi body. Although the Yin Qi in this Yin pond can't be compared to the Yin pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Yin Qi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of Yin Qi before handing it to Yi Xian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of Yin Qi liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire Yin pond. Now, Yin Qi had given it to Yi Xian without saying anything and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this Yin Qi was a treasure. To the Yin Qi's clansmen, one drop of Yin Qi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin Qi's clan, was still in seclusion in the Yin pond. If one thought about it carefully, Yin Qi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the Yin Emperor, was in seclusion in Yi Xian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the three old things didn't think of this, but Yi Xian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. You've discovered a Yin Qi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates?" "Imprint my interstellar coordinates?" Yi Xian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this Yin Qi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the Yin Qi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the Yin Qi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then he could take this entire pool of Yin Qi.